Good morning. I hope you had at least a good sleep last night. I know that most of you are coming from abroad, so I really appreciate you being on time today. I'm Farnaz Arekian. I'm the founder of Silk Cities, and it's a great pleasure to have our third international conference in L'Aquila, which is a city that represents actually a good case for the subject of this conference. So it is kind of a laboratory for the conference, and it provides the opportunity to see some real life issues during reconstruction and social recovery and economic recovery of the city. So it's a great pleasure. And this is the first time that we are having this in another country. So usually it happened before in UK, in London, at University College London. By having it in another country, in this city, we hope that it mobilizes also locals and national academics and professionals for the recovery of the city. So I just want to say that the focus of the Silk Cities has been Middle East and Central Asia. Cities which are very much in need of post-disaster, whatever is a human-induced disasters or as a result of natural hazards, they are very much in need of reconstruction. And our focus at Silk Cities is we advocate knowledge exchange and connectivity. And the reason that we use the narrative of Silk Roads is to emphasize of that connectivity. So it's a knowledge-based connectivity and the historical presence. Because when we add historical level to a city, everything becomes more complex. So this is the reason. And unfortunately, many of the behind-the-scene people, they could not come here, either for the visa issues or some personal issues. But on behalf of everyone, actually, I want to welcome you all. Thank you very much. And I am also very much thankful to all sponsors of this conference at University of L'Aquila, different departments, University of UCL, Department of Development Planning Unit, which I studied in and worked in. And I want to have a special thanks to Dr. Lucia Gunning, my good friend, who is one of the disaster-affected people here, and who had a very strong passion for doing something for the city. And in this conference, I represent Silk Cities. University College London has a representative, and University of L'Aquila has a representative. And I think that the city has a representative, which is Lucia. So I think that the city should be very proud of Lucia, actually, I think. So before talking too much, I want to introduce and ask the head of department, DICEAA, Professor Angelo Longo. And I apologize if my pronunciation, Italian pronunciation is not very good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Thank you to all organizers and qualified audience is here. I'm very proud as head of civil, architectural and environmental department. This is the meaning of the acronyms DCEA, okay? To open this conference, we supported in the limit of our possibilities this event. Your presence here is a proof of the attention of the world scientific community to the L'Aquila case in the world as a case study of very importance, or great importance. Well, by browsing the titles of the talks will be given here, I remained very impressed about the multidisciplinary approach you are following, you are going to follow in this conference, as really non-expert of almost the topics will be treated in this conference. I am professor of structural engineering and solid mechanics. Of course, as head of department, I have to promote all the components of the department, but my point of view is a little bit narrow, very linked to structures, and that will be the essence of my very short talk. First, as I told you, I will list the keywords of this conference, and I will show you that maybe one has been missed. Psychological effect. Of course, this is the top of the list. The wellness, the mental wellness for a man or a woman is the main goal should be reached in the life, and therefore to study psychological effects of a disaster is the main topic. I do agree. Social and economic recovery. Of course, a society lives if social channels works and if economy is running, and therefore after a disaster this is a question which devotes main attention. Resilience, vulnerability and risk awareness. To be conscious of the risk means that you can cohabit with the risk. As our colleagues and people in California and in Japan, they cohabit usually with earthquake, or in the USA with other natural disasters, since they are conscious of risks. So this is another important aspect. Urban development and reconstruction. Of course, when you have to rebuild something, you try to do it better than before. So a disaster as an earthquake represents an opportunity to improve the urban environment. Heritage restoration versus structural safety. Here we have the superintendents of heritage in L'Aquila. This is an important question, and I'm curious to listen her presentation, since this is a very delicate key of an endless discussion between engineers and superintendents. What is better? To keep a monument as is and to risk to lose it forever, or it is better to accept the idea that technology is advanced in centuries? So I hope to have an answer today. Smart construction, another key word. Our rector is informatic, and she knows very well I am very critical about smart reconstruction, since very often informatics is considered to be a means and not an end. And as it should be. Superfluous very often is better than essential. To appear is better than to be. So the temptation to use the informatics in this incorrect point of view is very great. What's the missed word in the list? Structures. I ask to everybody, why did we have a disaster? The answer is very simple, since structures collapsed. If structures didn't collapse, you will not be here today talking about disaster. Of course, structural engineering is not able today to build 100% sure structures. You have to accept risk. But on the other side, to accept the idea that an earthquake is a natural event, as a cyclone, okay, or a tsunami, and you have just to tackle the post-disaster, since you cannot do anything to mitigate the effect before, is a wrong point of view. Of course, we have to study post-disaster, but we have to prevent it. So please don't think that structural engineering, of course this is a very partial point of view since it is my discipline, don't think that is a minor detail, since the focus is on culture, economics, social event. They are very important, but they are not the whole scenario you have to take. Otherwise, we will come back to the Middle Age, in which engineers in front of a collapsed cathedral said Deus non vult. It means they didn't understand that a science exists that can help you to prevent this effect. My best wishes for your conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Angelo. I now would like to invite the head of DSU, Department of DSU, Professor Simon Gozano. Please come.
Thank you everyone. I will be much briefer. I'm the head of this department, the Humanities Department. And what I would like to stress, in thanking Lucia Gunning for having organized this conference here, the key role of the notion of heritage. Heritage is something that we receive from our ancestors and that we have to give to our posterity. So it seems that, this notion is something that we want to preserve, but we know that something cannot really remain unchanged through history. So it seems that there is a very strange and important balance in one consider the notion of a heritage into a city that has got such a disaster, or in general cities that have undergone some important changes. So it seems to me that this is one of the key notions I would like to hear your talk about. And so I welcome you, everyone here in the department and in dell'Aquila as well, and I wish you a very nice conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now I would like to our strategic partner development planning unit. Thank you very much. Professor Julio Davila.
Thank you, Farnas. I'm Julio Davila. I'm Professor of Urban Policy and International Development and the Director of the Bartlett Development Planning Unit. And I'm delighted to be here, and I want to thank Professor Inverardi, the rector, who has supported this important event, Dr. Paola Rizzi, Lucia, who's been thanked, Lucia Patrizio Gunning, and of course Farnas, who's been the force behind all this for the last few years, the number of Silver Cities conferences that she's organized. I don't want to extend things. I know Professor Inverardi had to leave her council to come and be with us, so I'm not going to delay it too much. Just to say that we're part of a UCL. UCL is University College London, is one of the largest, I think now the largest university in the UK, with about 48,000 students. We're very well ranked. I'm within the Bartlett Faculty of the Built Environment, which is a very large, and it's grown a lot, faculty, and we're now, according to the latest QS rankings, ranked as #1 in the built environment. And we have a long history of working in, as I think Farnaz said, in developing countries or global south, depending on what you want to call them. 65 years in the case of the department that I head, Development Planning Unit. We started out life in the Architecture Association and moved over to UCL in 1971. We have grown a lot through teaching, but largely through research. And research on risk and disasters has been an area that's grown quite a lot, partly thanks to efforts like Farnaz's, but also colleagues like Camillo Boano, who is Italian, and Cassidy Johnson, who is Canadian. So we have a very diverse, multidisciplinary faculty, as was said earlier. And finally, just to talk to you a little bit about Silver Cities, and anybody who's interested can see there's a little leaflet. Can you pass it on? A leaflet in your package which tells you about Silver Cities. Silver Cities is the brainchild of Farnaz. Farnaz, as I said, dreamed of this when she was doing her PhD with us, essentially inspired by her work on her own PhD, which was on Bam, the city in Iran that was destroyed by an earthquake, on which she wrote a fantastic PhD, which then got published as a book. And then it was really through her enormous efforts that the idea of Silk Cities, it's cities that sit along the old historical Silk Road between sort of Eastern Europe or Western Asia and China, of course. The idea of that is to create a space for thinking about heritage, but also current issues of urban development. A lot of heritage is being destroyed because cities are growing very fast. It's the area in which we work quite a lot. But it's almost single-handedly, Farnaz and her colleagues, without charging a penny for anything, have done this a big effort which has resulted in several conferences. As Farnaz says, the first one was Urban Change in Iran, second one in 2015, Knowledge Exchange Workshop, 2017 on Middle East and Central Asia, and then finally this one. Each one of them has produced a book. There's hopefully there will be one produced out of this conference from the proceedings. There's another one that came out of the last conference. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to get the copy, advanced copy delivered to show it here, but it's going to be launched tomorrow anyway, or a semi-launch, prior launch. So just watch this space, and I'm sure Farnaz can tell you more about it. So welcome to 2 days of fantastic 3 days rather, of fantastic deliberations. I'm so glad that we have a number of young scholars who are going to take forward these important issues in the future. And thank you again to UNIVAC.
Thank you very much, Leo. I know that all of you would like to hear from Professor Paola Inverardi, our great host. But if you indulge me, Professor, just for a minute, I want to ask Lucia. I said already that I think the city is represented by Lucia, and I want to ask Lucia to say a few words.
Thank you very much. This conference has happened because I saw a poster at UCL. The poster was the Casa dello Studente, the student accommodation in L'Aquila, collapsed. So I thought I must go to this conference. And Farnaz was presenting the conference. And I asked a very long question, which became a bit of a discussion between us. So then we met after the conference and we decided we needed to compare experiences of disaster, because the disaster in L'Aquila had taught me something that she was describing in her experience of disaster in BAM. And so she told me about Silk City. She invited me to her conference in 2017. I pointed out to her then that actually the problems that a society experiences after disaster are the same whether you are in the East or in the West. And we then decided to collaborate and write an article together on the two experiences of disaster, and we were shocked. Farnaz couldn't believe what I was writing, to the point that she said, "Can I come and see this town?" Because she thought, this can't be right, what this woman is saying, that after 5 years, the historic center of the town still hadn't been rebuilt, that there were a number of problems in pushing this reconstruction together. Of course, the basis for my writing was Alessandra Vittorini's knowledge. I had interviewed her repeatedly. I had interviewed local key people involved in the reconstruction, and when she came here, she was shocked, and she said, "Well, maybe yes, maybe we should compare experiences in a larger scale." So I approached Paola and I said, "What do you think?" I have been a student in this faculty, in fact, and I went to London thanks to a fellowship from this university, and so for me it was a matter of pride to bring this conference here, to celebrate the 10 years, to show that finally this town is coming back to life, that the reconstruction is showing the amazing beauty of this town that we didn't know we had, because in fact before the earthquake it wasn't as beautiful, and that a society that is resilient and is determined and desperately wants to rebuild itself and its town can achieve this. So thank you to Paola again for hosting us.
Thank you, Lucia. I would like to invite the last but not the least, and just to open the conference for us. Thank you very much, Professor.
So, it's a pleasure for me to be here and welcome you here. And it's time of thank you, I think. I mean, we have been exchanging a lot of thank you, but it's my time. And actually, my deepest thanks are to Lucia and Farnaz and Paola, who have been the women who wanted. Let me stress that. Can I? Yes. Of course I can.
Paola, because in fact I have to say thank you to Paola. It's been absolutely amazing.
So that actually made this possible out of a proposal that Lucia was recalling before, and then, but in order to make a conference happen, you know that, I mean, behind the scene there is a huge amount of work that a lot of people have been doing. There is a large organizing committee, and these people have been working from different countries and trying to organize it here. So I hope you will enjoy it. And I hope it will be very fruitful. Many things have been said, so I don't want to say too much, but I would like to say something. And one issue that I think we have to look at is that when people face this kind of disasters, at the very beginning, the communities never think of the time as a parameter. I mean, how long it will last, this process. And people try to consider the process as the end point of the process. But that's not the truth, because we're communities and we live in the meantime. And in the meantime, we need a reasonable quality of life. We need intermediate goals. We need a measure of success in order to be resilient, to be able to reconstruct. And that's something, it's 10 years. We are now aware that it will take other years to reach the end point. But I think that we have learned that our normality, our time of life was reconstruction. And it's not that bad, if I can say that. Because in a world that is changing so fast, at this speed, being in the position of thinking ahead, being in the position of needing, there is a need, we have to think ahead. Because we know that we are living in a transformational phase. We know that this process of reconstruction will last many years, and we have to be able to imagine the future. Imagine how it will mean to live in an historical town with so many beauties, so many beautiful buildings, but thinking that the people who will live there, because we want people to live there, that's another issue, will be people in 2030 probably, with the need of people of 2030. So it's not a matter of being smart or not smart, it's a matter of facing reality. And the people who want, and you have the need of being attractive, because you cannot rely only on the people who are in the community. Because as usual, when these kind of things happen, there are people who leave, there are people who stay. And for a long period, are more the people who leave than the people that come in. So you have to develop an attitude in your reconstruction of thinking of goals that at the end, even during the process, make the place attractive, make the place, attractive for people who want to contribute, whatever, as a university, as teachers, as students, as professors, and we have been working in this direction, as citizenship, as professionals, as many, and you have to develop this attitude. Otherwise, you will, think of just reconstructing something that will be dead or with very little opportunities. And economic redevelopment has been one keyword we have been working on and we have tried to push. And another issue that with Alessandra often we have been discussing it is, okay, how can we make these beautiful buildings alive? I would say not again, because they were not alive before the quake. They were empty spaces, no? Or with functions that were not adequate to the spaces. Now we have to think of how make these beautiful buildings alive. And cannot be only museum, because, there is at a certain point that we reach a threshold, and we cannot have only museum. We need to have real functions inside. And then you need to make these buildings smarter, energetically smarter, from the communication point of view smarter. You can make them attractive for the people of the future, and it has been a challenge. You will get a chance, I think, going around to L'Aquila in seeing how, and when I say we, I mean the community, how we try to inject a little bit of future in the frame, in the skeleton of the city, the old and the new city, because here we concentrate on the old city. But actually, the city is the overall city. That it's not only the city, but as you will probably listen during these days, it's a territory. It's a complex mixture of villages, town, and this relationship in between villages and town that has to be maintained. Because another big issue, which has to do with where we are, is an issue of make the internal area of Italy, but I would say of Europe, as Europe has been working on that all over the world, attractive for people. Because we are facing this phenomenon that people try to leave the internal area and go in the big cities or along the coast. And we cannot sustain this anymore. So we have to revert. And all these issues, we happen to have to think to these issues in a deeper way than how we could have done without the quake. So to some extent, it has been the positive side of this disaster has been that we had to ask ourselves a lot of questions that we would not have asked without this need. And it's not necessarily a bad thing And last but not least, I think that now we are a better community. We have better buildings, safer buildings. We have a better university. We are aware that we really have to make an effort to become attractive and to let people choose to come here. So it's, that's a little bit of a positive side of, being in a risk. But I think that this is something that has to be in the discussion, because it's really, people do not like to listen at this word opportunity, but it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity of rethinking a community, a town, a vocation, no? And it does not happen so often, and we are glad of that, because we do not want to face it too often. But when it happens, then it's a real challenge, but it's also a real possibility, a possibility to change your future, and we have the privilege of living in this moment. Now, whether we will be successful or not, we don't know, but
I think we are being.
But yeah, I think so. I mean, I truly think that we are better than we were. So at least this, I mean, that's a lot to discuss, and I hope you will enjoy discussing it. It's really something motivating, and it has been for us a privilege to contribute to this beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Paola, and the opportunity that might exist in post-disaster situation to address some of the shortfalls and shortcomings of the previous development activities. So how can we unlock, basically, that opportunity? So we moved from international to the very local, actually, context. And I know that Professor Paola Rizzi doesn't expect to be called for having a few words, but she has been doing everything from the University of L'Aquila side, the organizing thing. And I want to invite Professor Paola to come
here. Good morning to everybody. Let me quote Voltaire. There was Pangloss that was telling to Candide, you cannot consider yourself without being a chain of different events. I don't recall events like, if you didn't do that and you haven't been there and you haven't experienced this and that. And then Candide answered, yes, but now the right thing is to work on our garden. So all my time was spent, my intellectual time was spent in considering these two different approaches between the complexity of the chain of events, of facts, and the real local, narrow, let's say, your field of garden, or your garden. And this is also regarding the risk and the earthquake and the disaster. Because I feel myself always in this, I think someone mentioned time. Time is really important in the let's say in the timeline of your life, but it's important when your life is affected by disaster, because you cannot consider yourself, when it happens, okay, only God can save us, and then you go ahead and follow, let's say, what you can do in order to come out from this situation. And then you follow a lot of complexity, and at the end, what you're doing, just building your garden or your home. This is why I accepted, I'm sorry for this digression, because it's really, let's say, narrative one, but it's just to explain why I am really fond of the theme of this edition of Silk Cities, because it's regarding complexity, time, space, people, societies, economy. So it's like Pangloss and need together. So my ambition is to be able to do both sides, the complexity on one side and my garden on the other. Thank you very much.
So shall we start with our first keynote speaker, who is a professional, actually, lady, and I really want to hear more about the case of L'Aquila, and architect Alessandra Vittorini. And our discussant is architect Barnaby Gunning, who also was involved in the post-disaster reconstruction.
Good morning, everybody. It gives me really great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, the architect Alessandra Vittorini. Alessandra is the superintendent for archaeological, artistic and architectural heritage and landscape for L'Aquila and the seismic crater that extends around. I hope that during your brief stay in this really beautiful city, you have the chance to explore the extensive historic centre. Over the last 8 years, one of my really great pleasures in life has been to see the re-emergence of its beautiful architecture and to start to imagine how a recovered L'Aquila can become a really wonderful place to live and work. But my sensation is that, in reality, the source of this recovery, and perhaps the only really tangible success story in the post-earthquake recovery of this city, has been the restoration of its built cultural heritage, and in particular the private buildings and key churches that have been brought back to life and back into use under Alessandra's supervision and as a result of her really focused determination. So I give way to Alessandra.
Thank you, Barnaby. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers, and especially Lucia, Patrizio, Gunning, for this invitation. I want to also apologize for my bad English, looking forward to be clear in my presentation with the help of the paper and pictures and slides. And so, the post-earthquake reconstruction of L'Aquila represents an extraordinary experience of management, protection, and restoration of cultural heritage, fully supported by public funds. This process was further complicated from 2016 by the subsequent earthquakes, which devastated Amatrice and Norcia and a large part of central Italy not far from here. The definition of governance and the legal framework of the reconstruction, the challenging tasks of restoring cultural heritage, and the planning and technical economic evaluations of interventions are some of the main topics managed in the integrated approach assigned to the L'Aquila superintendents, the first such superintendents in Italy with combined powers in monumental, historical, artistic, archaeological, and landscape fields. This has given us an extraordinary overview of a complex process due to the importance of the cultural heritage, the severity of the damage, and the solutions funds. It has also been a very strong opportunity for study, research, and scientific discussion on the post-earthquake recovery of cultural heritage. Seismic craters, cultural heritage, symbolic values, governance, reconstruction and restoration and recovery, resilience, identity, best practices, sharing experiences. These are the main keywords of the cultural heritage reconstruction. As you can see, the so-called 2009 and 2016 seismic craters are so near and partly overlapped. Their territories have strong geographic, historical, economic, and social affinities, and most of their problems are the same. This is the 2009 crater. This is the 2016. And here, in the gray area, you can see the 2009 crater, while the red line defines the southern limit of the 2016 crater. And you can see also the epicentry, so near. It's no more than 20-30 kilometers between L'Aquila and Campotosto and Amatrice, 50 with Norcia in linea d'aria. So, I would like to focus problems, governance, tools, issues, methodologies, and tangible results, and finally, share experiences and best practices about restoration and heritage protection applied and led to an advanced stage in the post-2009 reconstruction that can be made available for the new reconstruction to start after 2016 earthquake. And now, let's have a look back to the 2009. The earthquake shocked a vast area, almost a quarter of the Abruzzo region, inhabited by more than 140,000 people, including a regional capital and 56 municipalities with several small historical centers and hamlets, 270 or most, and caused 309 victims, 1,500 injured, and 70,000 refugees. That territory was dramatically damaged also in its precious historic image and cultural heritage, a big historic center, and many small ancient villages with a widespread heritage and ancient traces of its great past. Since 2012, L'Aquila's historic center is a huge, hard-working, engaging construction site with masons and laborers, trucks and cranes, cafes, restaurants, shops and offices opening day by day, but few inhabitants. They've been, since 2009, spread out in 19 districts called new towns. But those who have chosen that name probably didn't know that L'Aquila was itself an old new town, a new founded city of the 13th century that kept its shape for centuries. A founded city that after the earthquake has become a city to be refounded. A city that with its past also contains an extraordinary lesson in urban and civil history, useful for its reconstruction and its future. That foundation was a response to a widespread need from the communities, finding in their aggregation a way to increasing their social and political strength. A great project shared by 99 castles whose result was not only a new town, but also the creation of an extraordinary and unique relationship between each founding castle and its double in town, between the new city and its wide countryside. L'Aquila was then settled where the 99 founding castles identified the most suitable site for the new city. So the whole countryside was divided, The whole countryside was divided into 4 quarters, crossing at the exact point where the new city will be built. The city was in turn divided into 4 quarters, I quarti, designed to receive the communities from the corresponding territorial quarter. And I don't know. Each quarter was then divided into small areas, I locali, with the same name as the founding castles, where the future residents would have to build their own homes. Indeed, new inhabitants could move to the city only after having provided for the construction of their square, their church, and their fountain, that are in fact the representative and symbolic places of the common assets. The civil aggregation, the square, the religious community, the church, and the common resources, the fountain and the water. Today, we used to call it public common works or opere di urbanizzazione. It's a strong lesson of civil engagement of the communities in that shared project of foundation of a new town. In every area, I locali, the church kept the name of the corresponding church and sometimes even the name of the castle, San Pietro Coppito, Santa Maria Paganica. So each founding castle had its double in the new city, and the new city was strictly linked to its territories. This is the town, and this is the territory. Only a few years later, the inhabitants of the new city commit themselves to the realization of the great common works as the large market square, the Basilica di Colle Maggio, and the big Fontana delle 99 Cannelle. In this way, they built all together the square of everyone, the church of everyone, and the fountain of everyone. Then, the new town was enclosed by a 5 kilometers city walls, still completely preserved. And that's the end of the 13th century. In the following centuries, the historic center was enriched with many important buildings as the monumental San Bernardino Church and the mighty Spanish fortress, churches and palaces. The Antonio Vandi maps shows the 18th century city after the big earthquake. An ancient new town, many other ancient villages, castles, churches, monasteries, palaces, ancient roads, valleys, and mountains in a stunning landscape. This is the cultural heritage devastated by the 2009 earthquake. Almost 942 private-owned monuments and are protected, largely concentrated in L'Aquila, and also many other public monuments, more than 1,000, are protected by law in the wild territory. The cultural heritage highlight on this map explain that reconstruction, cultural heritage in L'Aquila means reconstructing L'Aquila. Italy is an earthquakes country, and L'Aquila is an earthquake town since its foundation. After the 13th century and the 15th century shocks, a new strong earthquake completely destroyed in 1703 the city and the villages. Reconstruction brought in L'Aquila a new Baroque image, giving the city the most precious churches and palaces that compose still today its image. At that time, almost all the existing churches were seriously damaged and rebuilt in their interiors according to new architectural style. And so, since almost 8 centuries, this continuous process of building and collapsing and rebuilding due to the earthquakes is one of the main characters of L'Aquila history and of L'Aquila art and of L'Aquila restoration, giving us every day new discovery and surprises that I'll show you at the end of this presentation. In that earthquake's history, cultural heritage destruction has been always one of the most problems of the reconstruction, a problem that forces us to ensure safety, structural and technological improvement, energy efficiency, urban regeneration, landscape protection, and at the same time, conservation and restoration methodology. In 2016, I brought personally L'Aquila experience in the ICOMOS international meetings in Paris and Istanbul, especially focused on post-trauma and post-disaster reconstruction. As the debate declared, this is a working paper coming from Paris discussion groups. In all countries affected by natural or human destruction, earthquakes, floods, tsunami or wars, air raids, bombing, and terrorist attacks. In the face of destruction, many issues need our attention: identity and memory, tradition and innovation, balance between conservation and living heritage. So, building that may have had little interest to the community can suddenly become extremely symbolic. And that's what's happening in L'Aquila right now. Therefore, reconstruction means reconstructing identity and relations, also with history and memory of local communities, trying to give back to the people that after trauma can develop a fear after of old building and traditional construction methods, and therefore required only new ways to rebuild, restore and reinforce building, a new confidence in the ancient technologies. It's not our decision. It's an international table that said that, and this is interesting. A new confidence in the ancient technologies and a new strong relationship with its cultural heritage and its memory. Identity and relationship. Dove mi pare veramente? Sorry. Okay. Identity and relationship between heritage and communities are also the goals of the FARA Convention on the value of cultural heritage for society, that emphasize the important aspects of heritage as they relate to human rights and democracy. It promotes a wider understanding of heritage and its relationship to communities and society, and encourages us to recognize that objects and places are important because of the meanings and uses that people attach to them and the values they represent. One of the most interesting and symbolic cases for us and for the world reconstruction has been, obviously, the restoration of the Basilica of Santa Maria di Colle Maggio, one of the most important Middle Age monuments in central Italy, site of the Perdonanza Celestiniana, and at the same time, one of the most damaged monuments in the 2009 earthquakes, completely restored in less than 2 years with the largest privately funded intervention in L'Aquila. After the 6 April shock, the Basilica completely collapsed in its central area, in the cross between the aisle and the transept. 8 months later, after the emergency, this is the end of the restoration, this is also the collapse. Okay. 8 months later, after the emergency works, with scaffolding, buttresses and underpinning, was celebrated the Christmas Mass under a provisional coverage. In 2012, Eni, the big Italian energy company, subscribed a sponsorship with the L'Aquila municipality to support the Basilica reconstruction, involving superintendents, my office, to coordinate project with the Roma, Milano and L'Aquila universities, and supervision of works. The project was concluded in 2015 and the works started in January 2016. On December 2017, in less than 2 years, the restoration was completed and the newfound basilica has been finally given back to the city. The restoration began from the structural reinforcement of the 8 pillars. Oh, questi camminano da soli, ok. Completely dismantled and remounted for half of them to check resistance and structural integrity. Please note that when earthquakes in Norcia and Matrice happens, we were like that, with the pillars dismantled, but no critic, no problems in all the restored monument in town has found. And this is a test in progress, interesting. Next steps was the walls reinforcement and the reconstruction of the 2 big pillars completely collapsed with the wall transept and the destroyed vaults. Other works involved the apse with the important chapels. Then started the most delicate restoration of plasterworks, sculptures, marbles, and the famous red-white stones of floor and facade. That phase gave us many amazing surprises, discovering original Baroque colors and gildings in the Celestino chapel. Now it's like this. Just a few weeks after the opening, the Basilica was included in the programs of an important tourism website as the main reason to visit L'Aquila in 2018. Now, the work of the offices of Ministry of Culture in the Basilica is going on, with the relocation in the 2018 summer of the monumental precious gilded Baroque organ and the current program of restoration of the many paintings, including the precious sickle of Bartholomeus Rutert paintings that wait to come again on the Basilica's walls, and the extraordinary Saturnino Gatti's 16th century Madonna con Bambino, now temporarily displayed in Munda Museum. About the governance of the reconstruction was established in 2012, when the government decided to stop the emergency phase. This slide shows the complex framework of all the players and stakeholders involved in the post-seismic cultural heritage reconstruction, including, in blue, the newly created offices charged of the 2060 Central Italy post-earthquake reconstruction. You can see it's a complex framework. It's awful. It's not difficult to manage in this framework. Okay, reconstruction. 2 years after the earthquake, the reconstruction finally began to involve the old center with construction sites and works in progress. Many of them have ended long time ago. Ma questo va da solo? Forse c'è un automatismo che non gli ho messo. Many of them have ended long time ago and returned day by day to an urban image which is discovering itself, waiting to become again a living city. Today, there are already extensive works in progress or concluded. More than 36 public monuments, 30 in L'Aquila, are concluded and restored. 3 are nearly finished and 12 are ongoing. The restoration projects have been approved for 320 blocks, including more than 350 private monuments and buildings. Okay. As regards the private cultural heritage, most of the Old Town Center, that represent the greater part of the superintendent's work, the graphical shows the the viewing trend over the last 10 years. In terms of number, okay, la preview, che mi prende. In terms of numbers, that is the blocks with project approved, works in progress or most of them finished. The red line shows the total, 320 blocks, including L'Aquila, and with the blue line, the craters villages. In terms of costs, that is the value of the public contribution approved. In this image, you can also see the total amount, now corresponding to about 1,300,000,000 euro, and also the smaller part of less than 400 million, calculated with a parametric system. It means that the remaining amount of 900 million euro public contribution has been calculated, verified and approved only by the superintendents. It was an hard work. That's an effective indicator of our work and most of all of its positive effects and impact on the whole reconstruction process, as you can easily check walking in the old town. Next slide shows the same. This is in plan, that graphic in plan in the old town. The orange is the cultural heritage, public and private, and the black one is project approved or works in progress or works finished. And these are some indicators. This is the same viewing trend in 10 years for the public cultural heritage, almost all restored by Ministry of Culture offices, regional secretariat and superintendents together. This is the list. Please note that only the few monuments highlighted in red are restored by other offices. The other are all in charge of Ministry of Culture. And this is one of the reasons of our difficult to progress with the many monuments that wait restoration as Duomo, as Santa Maria Paganica, because this is the work now in progress or finished or next or ongoing. A big work that instantly, private or public in charge to Ministry of Culture and public monument in charge to other offices, instantly produced significant results and important economic and social outcomes. It's nearly 2 billion euros. But, as I said, our office has been since 2015 the first such superintendence in Italy charged of an integrated approach to the conservation and protection mission, with combined powers in monumental, artistic, archaeological and landscape fields. And so, let's have a look at the other issues rapidamente of this reconstruction. Artistic heritage. I don't read just to have a look. Monuments, sculptures, and artistic works, and frescoes. Exhibition of restored stolen cultural heritage recovered, and so on. Archaeology is a big problem, because reconstruction produces a big transformation also under the soil, and so we always have problem, and have problem also with the offices to apply in good way the archaeology or as with the archeologia preventiva. And have a look, a speedy look also here. The problem and the activities. This is only a look to sottoservizi, rinvenimenti. Okay.
Infrastructure tunneling that is being built.
The interferences between the understructure works and the archaeology in town. And just have a look from some problem we had in. This is very interesting. In the Emiciclo, we found a local now library, and we can visit it and we can study inside, and they were unknown, completely unknown. Or something like this. Also, landscape is a problem. This map shows how much of our territory is protected because of the landscape. National park, regional park, and river and lakes. This is our problem, because every transformation in this territory, not only cultural heritage, everything, we have the work to control and to approve and to check. It's not easy. And so the achievements of our work in this 10-year reconstruction have been presented at several scientific meetings in Italy and abroad, with the aim of sharing experiences and best practices to make it available to the scientific community and to the decision makers in Italy and in Europe. Since the beginning, we tried also to activate a constant and sustained dialogue with universities, masters, and postgraduate schools in Italy and abroad, to offer case studies and to activate discussion and researches. We promoted many activities in information and communication about cultural heritage reconstruction with the other players, but more with the communities, participating to every public event to present results and works in progress, like today, to ensure information accountability, organizing public events in the restored places or about restoration in progress, sharing everything about our experience. So, good and bad questions. One of the most important tools in this work has been also the media and web communication. Our Facebook page, activated in April 2016, has soon became the most effective way to share the reconstruction work in progress. Now we have more than 5,000 followers, and we wish you were soon part of them. Therefore, reconstruction means also creating new identities and new relationships, and must focus on rebuilding not only stones, houses, and cities, but also the connection between people, spaces, and relationships. In the 2018 European Years of Cultural Heritage was launched the European Framework for Action of Cultural Heritage, with 5 areas of action for an inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and innovative Europe, and for stronger global partnership. In this context was promoted also the European Quality Principles for European Union funded intervention of cultural heritage. In this picture, you can see the presentation in Venice last November. Please note behind the speakers Colle Maggio on the screen. Yes, because they opened their meeting just talking about L'Aquila reconstruction and the Colle Maggio Basilica restoration. This is a short summary of the okay. This is the document. And this is a short summary of the principal topics and issues. And after the big fire of Notre Dame de Paris, sharing knowledges and capacities on cultural protection has become a shared need, as clearly declared also the President Macron. So our experience in post-earthquake reconstruction can be really strategic. Devo fare sbaglio tasto?
C'è la cosa grossa.
Quindi? E io quelle sto usando. Ok. Reconstruction started since 2010, but for the first 2 years, almost nothing happened in the historical center, garrisoned by the army, with roads closed, homes inaccessible to the people who lived there. The forbidden red zone extended to the whole city center. The 19 new towns has been an immediate response to homeless people, but they produced some non-places scattered, devoid of any urban character, hosting people without cities, while in the historic centers lay abandoned houses, empty square, forbidden street, cities without people. And those keys, hanging provocatively on metal fences that surrounded the red zone until 2030, reminded of that sense of deep deprivation that the inhabitants of the center have suffered in the years, losing all ties with their places and their houses, of which, indeed, they did not remain nothing more than a useless and unusable bunch of keys. That's why the L'Aquila case study has much to say about resilience, for its origins, for its history, and for its unfortunate centuries-old custom with earthquakes. A single story that impressed in this town, in its squares, streets, urban shape, monuments, and also in the building's masonry, an extraordinary lesson from the past, a lesson of urban planning and resilience. And today, 10 years after, what's happening in L'Aquila and in the craters villages? Many topics ask us questions about cultural heritage reconstruction. We have to consider safety versus conservation, or against conservation, no, of course. Restoration versus reconstruction, improvement versus structural upgrading, protection versus innovation. And we have to think about public interests or individual rights. And finally, what do we want for the territory? Old villages, historic villages, or new suburbs? The L'Aquila municipality has recently approved a new version of its master plan that allows widespread demolition in the historic centers of its settlements, with increased density in the reconstruction. Is this really a good approach to design the future of this territory and landscape? And someone says that this is a slow reconstruction. I don't agree. At least for cultural heritage reconstruction, that's becoming one of the key factors of this hard city rebirth, as also OCSE 2012 report said. Now I'm going to conclude, and I'll show quickly a slideshow about restoration discoveries. Post-seismic reconstruction forced us also to open many unknown pages of history, discovering amazing surprises, often due to the previous earthquakes. All the anti-seismic devices inside the masonry. All structures and sculptures hidden in the walls and discovered and restored, like this, or this. This is amazing. Behind a 1500 wall, we found this fantastic plaster Madonna Pietà, anzi. Or many and many and many painting ceiling above the walls, above the collapsed walls, like this. And everywhere, frescoes behind the walls or under plaster and decoration and paintings. Please look the beauty and the quality of this painting. There are many histories, one over the other, inside each building. Or also extraordinary location for the future, as Palazzo Ardinghelli is going to be the Aquilan sede of Maxi. This is another palace, not discovered but unknown in city, in town, in this precious aspect. Or the city walls, completely rediscovered by the community and by the people. 5 kilometers of 13th century city walls completely preserved, now restored with European fund, with Discover also, and night lighting, or archaeology, and discovering also in archaeology. And let's see. It's a wonderful work that always proposes difficult problems to solve, facing different challenges in order to ensure safety, reconstruction, social reporting, accountability, and future. Therefore, we are altogether responsible for giving back to every city its people and returning at the same time to each community its identity, also represented by the places of its history and memory. It's a process that will need its time, but must focus on rebuilding not only homes and cities, but connection between stones, buildings, spaces, and relationship. Monuments, churches, historic buildings, streets, and squares are finally coming back. Rebuilt, restored, safe, and beautiful, better than before. So, give back the city life in the city center is now the most important and the most difficult mission to conclude. a mission to conclude the reconstruction, giving back to the communities the keys of their cities and of their lives, and at the same time giving back each community to its identity, back to its memory, and finally back to its future. In the 1975, more than 40 years ago, the headline of the European Year of the Architectural Heritage was "A Future for Our Past." That's the key of our mission, but cannot be also even inverted as a past for our future, a key for the resilience of our territories and societies that needs future, but cannot forget its past, especially if it's so wonderful present. Finally, a pictures and some words that I like so much, stolen to a poet, a singer of our generation. The first church restored and reopened in the old town in 2012 tell its ancient and suggestive history today rediscovered, as it happens in every restoration since 10 years. And these few words by Leonard Cohen are, in my opinion, the best definition of resilience. Thanks for your attention.
So Sandra, thank you so much for a fascinating explanation of the processes and the activities of the last 8 years. Does anyone have any questions before we break for coffee? No? Okay, I think. Yes?
Do you know who's working on the reconstruction? Where are these people coming from? Are they living in the neighboring villages or from further away?
Volevo sapere le persone che lavorano sulla costruzione da dove vengono generalmente, vivono vicino?
Nei cantieri?
Sì, sì.
I don't know. It's a complex question because the people who work is coming from all Italy or maybe also abroad.
Yeah.
Also anche le imprese vengono da fuori.
So, I mean, in my limited experience, rather strangely, Alessandro and I, we're actually also neighbours in L'Aquila. There's another connection, but in the process of choosing the construction companies to carry out the restoration work, one of the fundamental questions was your workforce. Where do they come from? Where do they live? What percentage of the workforce are quote unquote local? And there's definitely a desire to have a larger number of local people working. But in reality, if you walk around the centre, you'll see that the workforce is fairly varied. There's a lot of lesser paid workforce who are involved in the dismantling and demolition type work and some of the big kind of structural stuff. There are very highly specialised people involved both in the consolidation work and in the restoration who come from all over Italy, but also from the other cities in the Abruzzo region. So it's brought people from everywhere. It's a motor for the construction economy of Italy in general, rather than just locally. And there's a tremendous mix of people, but it changes almost on a week-by-week basis. You can spot who's doing what kind of thing by the kind of clothes they wear on site as well. So you see people in white tunics, they're almost always involved in the fine end of the restoration work, and there's quite a lot of them. I hope that helps. Yes.
Hello, thank you for this interesting presentation. It was really nice. My question is that for any process of restoration, it is really important to understand what it was, maybe in form of pictures or any kind of documentation is required to understand what we have to achieve finally. So, do L'Aquila, university or maybe the old centers, archives, do have these documentations with them, or you guys have tried to, do a research on that first and then contact?
Cioè la documentazione storica eccetera, dove partite, l'informazione da dove nasce, dove è venuto, questo è complicatissimo.
Noi lavoriamo su, questo però me lo traduci per una cortesia. C'è una
yes,
thank you. C'è una grande conoscenza nelle persone che lavorano in soprintendenza da 40 anni di tutta la storia dell'Aquila, per tutti i lavori fatti, e quello è un patrimonio. Poi ci sono le biblioteche e l'archivio.
There are people with over 40 years of experience working in the superintendence who have a tremendous local knowledge and knowledge of the cultural heritage of l'Aquila in itself. And then there's also information which is held in the archives of the superintendents and nelle biblioteche.
Libri, ricerche, c'è una produzione scientifica notevole.
So they've got a wealth of research and documentation from over the years. And supplemented to that, the people who are carrying out the project work also have to provide a lot of backup data, information, etc., onto which there's the stuff you find on the site.
And every project, every restoration project need studies. Everybody have to do it. For example, in Colemaggio project, we work in collaboration with 3 universities, and especially Roma University with a group led by Professor Carbonara. It's a famous teacher and professor of restoration. They produced a big study about the basilica and especially about the difficult history of the basilica restoration in the last century. And so in some cases they have been big studies or work on previous studies by university or esperti and offices. There is not always the time to do it, and this is a problem. Everybody works in hurry. It's not the good time to work on restoration in hurry. But reconstruction asks rapidity, quickly and hurry. Restoration need study and need time. And this has been one of the most problem. Every church, every restoration of big palaces is considered like come una pratica tanto, no? As a number. This is awful. This is awful because with each restoration in l'Aquila, we can make a conference and publications and studies, and they are always in number. Uno via l'altro. Non so come si dice in inglese.
This continuous flow of things.
Incredibile. And so I particularly great for this occasion to discuss with time, with attention in these places of study, and not always in offices with people, with advocacy, and with in hurry. I think in hurry we have made miracles. Everybody, miracles. In the condition in which we worked since 10 years. And let me say a fun story. At the end of the 10 years from earthquakes, the superintendent is going to be closed for a strange decision. When in 2015 the ministry decided to make this integrated approach superintendents, the first in Italy, later all the superintendents became like this, assigned us a short life of 5 years, and now it's going to the end in December. And so if the government doesn't change something with a law, because the end is decided by a law, and so we need a new law to survive.
So I have a question. If this happens, what happens to the reconstruction? Will it suddenly?
No. This decision can produce many problems, but not this, because, but this is not a good thing. L'Aquila will be centro periferico, come si dice? Un centro operativo? An offices.
But when we're central office, it will be a peripheral office.
Peripheral office from Chieti. So There will be an office, there will be architect and historians and archaeologists, but peripheric from Chieti. And so I'm not sure there will be so many, because maybe somebody will be called to Chieti or Pescara or Teramo. The same thing for Umbria and Marche Amatrice earthquakes. The offices are in Ancona, Perugia and Roma, but they works. But the awful decision is L'Aquila will be the only capoluogo di regione, regional capital, without superintendence, as L'Aquila has been the first superintendence in Abruzzo more than a century ago. And this is awful in the decennale of the earthquake, when we had other earthquakes to manage. We wait serenamente.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So my question is, how did you involve the community in the reconstruction process? Did you use their memories? So just if you can tell us.
We tested strong and progressive and increasing interest from the community. It's normal. It's a good thing about that's happened in the reconstruction. Often with a not good approach, but critical, polemics and so on. But the great interest, it's anyway a good sign and a good, una buona leva, a good leverage to work together. It's faticoso, it's hard, but we can try it with a meeting, both musical or theater or talking or conference. Now, just last week, we launched a project called Cherishing Heritage. We copy the title of the European Commission presented in Venice, when they presented the quality principle, the conference was called Cherishing Heritage. I liked that title, and so we launched last week this project of small conferences in the villages, about a single problems, to explain and to listen. Also, old histories of the territory, because there is a new attention, a new curiosity, a new passion about everything. And we have to we have to drive this passion in the right way, and we have also debate about criticism and polemic and problems. And so last week we started in Preturo, and next week we meet people in Fondazione De Marchis in city center, and after, our idea is to go on in the villages, in the territories, between archaeology and historic, artistic and monumental heritage, and everything, to talk. In the Festa della Musica, 21 June, we propose it's not an original idea, but it was nice. Music in the restored places. In Santa Maria del Soccorso, 2 churches, Santa Maria del Soccorso e Cristo Re, and 2 palaces, Fondazione De Marchis, Palazzo K, e la Fondazione Barattelli, a musical association. And it was nice, because we join music, and also nice music, swing and jazz, and not only classic music. A good mix with short conference about the places, about also the musical instruments, or also about the restoration made. Because we think that we have the mission, we must talk about restoration done. because it's a restoration paid by all the Italian citizens and also European. And so we have this duty to accountability, or simply talk about, tell histories of the places, but also history of this difficult process to reconstruction, recovery, and because inside this history there is restoration methodologies and there is, I think, also a new approach. Lo possiamo coltivare here. We can work on this attention, on this passion in the common people, not professional, not university, but common people. It's hard, it's difficult, it's polemic, but I think it's a good work for the future, for today and for the future.
Sorry, only add things because
we need.
No, at this to reply. So sometimes also the students were involved with a competition, and also thanks to our day of the university. An example important was the Casa dello Studente, and that was dedicated to the students of our university to participate. And they win. Now there is a book in progress. So this is a result of participation of our young future engineer, future.
Yes, I forgot it. University is one of the partners. I had the slide for this collaboration, more strong than for the community because it's on studies and on research.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of time left for coffee break, and we're back here in 10 minutes.
Good morning again to everybody. This is oh, sorry for the troubles. Okay, this is the, good morning again. This is the session that I'm going to chair. I will be really strict. So the rules are 15 minutes for the presenters, and then we have 5 minutes time for the questions. And you will forgive me because I will be really rude, saying, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and when I say 1, it's over, okay? So, and the same for the questions, okay? This is because we are already running out of time, and we wish to have everybody participating and contributing. So, this is a special thematic session that is quite interesting according with the 3 contributions that we have today, that is heritage-oriented reconstructions versus reconstructions-oriented restoration. That is a quite challenge topic. And the first speaker is Dr. Francesca Fiaschi from Università de Montréal. And the title is Thinking About Reconstruction, Functionalist Reconstruction or Identity Reconstruction, following the great post-World War II reconstruction and the recent Italian post-earthquake reconstruction. What is the current model for reconstruction? Please, stage is yours. 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for organizing the Silk City 2019. First, let me introduce myself. I am Francesca Fiaschi, an Italian architect with 18 years of professional experience in Italy and other countries. In 2009, I worked with the Department of Italian National Civil Protection in the emergency and reconstruction activity of L'Aquila city for 5 years. And today, it's a pleasure for me to be here as a student of a PhD program at Urbanism and Landscape Architecture School, the Università de Montréal University. My director of research is Gérard Baudet. I'm finally back of my country and proud to present part of my research based on my experience in the reconstruction and the later work at Montreal University. I am only at the beginning of my research work, second years, so I don't have the results, but read the reflection. Please bear with me for my English accent, because it's the first time for me the presentation in English. I will explain the main point in English, but will also develop points in my native language, Italian, and the second language, French. The topic of my presentation is thinking about reconstruction, functionalist or identity reconstruction. Disaster as a detector for urban practice to refoundation or restoration the historical city, in particular for me, European city. The key words of my subject are post-disaster reconstruction, functionalism, identity, refoundation, historical city, urban planning, and restoration. My position or my point of view is that urbanist and architect. And today I will speak you about the model of reconstruction for the historical city, with the urban context destroyed for the 95% I should introduce my argument with a sequence of images, without the names and of place and without the dates, where the destruction is obvious. Now, the same images with the dates and the name of the place. Messina, Italy, 1908, natural disaster, earthquake. Warsaw, Poland, Dresden, Germany, 1945, anthropic disaster, Second World War. Ghibellina, Italy, 1968, natural disaster, earthquake. Amatrice, Italy, 2016, natural disaster, earthquake. These are just some examples chosen at random. Now, the results of reconstruction in these cities. Different cities and a different solution of reconstruction. Messina, reconstruction in the same place, with a new urban and architecture principle. Warsaw, reconstruction in the same place. Where it was, as it was. Dresden, in situ, in the same place, combination with vernacular architecture and modern architecture. Ghibellina, in other place, new town, with the new urban and architecture principle. And finally, Amatrice. It is a tabula rasa. The reconstruction is in progress. How to rebuild or refound this center. In other words, the cities always get rebuilt. After 20, 30, 45 years, and their urban identity changes. The question is, after disaster, how should we rebuild? How, where, when, why? These questions are an historical invariant. My reflections start the fact that the reconstruction is a process. Well, is evolution, the red line in the diagram, is influenced by the different factors, the green arrows in the diagram: social, technologies, legal, cultural, economic, and urban and architectural theoric knowledge. I opened my investigation analyzing the urban architectural theories knowledge, in particular urban theory and international charters, convention and statement of SIAM, International Congress of Modern Architecture, European Council, UNESCO, ICOMOS, and ICROM. I am interested as the model of reconstruction are influenced by the states of knowledge, and vice versa, the model of reconstruction influencing new theories. Reconstruction is an opportunity to experience the theory and in results turning them into recommendation for practice. The objective of my analysis is to track the evolution of reconstruction patterns according to the influence of urban theory. In this slide, firstly, I indicate the chronology of a principal disaster, the blue circle in the diagram. Second, I identified the approach of reconstruction or approach of urban transformation during the year in the left of diagram. The red line is the evolution line of reconstruction. I begin with the Lisbon earthquake until today. I carefully choose the example that were a European historical city with an old center destroyed for 75–95%. That used a different model of reconstruction, and construction is complete. In this diagram, we can see that before the First World War, we rebuilt a plan non-dictated, and patterns for reconstruction were not questioned. From the First World War until the Second World War, there is an awareness about reconstruction problem of old city center, and beginning the debate between new and old, and starting to ask a few questions. After the Second World War, we begin the great debate about the reconstruction of historical cities. Inevitable comparison between new and old within the urban context make rise to many questions. This slide attempts to synthesize my reflection. Historical city destroyed by anthropic or natural disaster. The reconstruction is a process with different aspects interconnected: relational, functional, institutional, legal, identity, perceptive. The historical city reconstruction to take a two different model of reconstruction, the different color, green, orange, and blue, of reconstruction where the problem is how to refound the historical city. The three model of reconstruction is refundation in situ, the original state, where it was as it was. Refundation in situ, new urban principle, orange color, refundation in another situ, new urban principle of modern architecture, and the final. In this slide, I summarize and indicate the typologies of reconstruction of the city choices. In this slide, we note that the refundation in situ with the new urban principle, orange color, are to make until and during the reconstruction of the Second World War, when the Siam influences were strong. The Siam influences are the theory of Congress, of International Congress of Modern Architecture. After the 70s, the approach to reconstruction reflects a current trend toward the conservation of historical center of city in green color, where urban context is an heritage of humanity, and the model of reconstruction follows the idea of where it was as it was. In the two following slides, I come to the two. Yes. With the same diagram, I put in evidence the charters and the principal concept of urban theories that have oriented the actual practice of reconstruction. But really this document, the charters of Athens, Italian restoration of the Venice, Convention of UNESCO, Amsterdam, Nara Documentos, Cracovia, are only part of the 50 analyzed. By reading the evolution of part of urban concept, it's possible to define the evolution of approach of reconstruction, and the urban context pass through heritage, functional city, modern architecture, historical context, historical center of city, until urban identity, authenticity, urban heritage, and urban identity. This is my methodology, literature review. These are the documents that analyze it. And in conclusion, the theoretical planning influenced the model of reconstruction, and vice versa. Now, let me ask you, thinking is the first step towards action. Today, after the disaster, how do you rethink to rebuild the urban identity of places and community? And what is the urban identity? Thank you very much. Merci. Grazie.
So, any question?
I have a comment, if I may.
Yeah.
I truly suggest you to study the example of Warsaw profoundly. First of all, it hasn't been destroyed in 1945, but in 1944. And of course, it is often said that Warsaw is an example of a resilient city, and it was rebuilt as it was where it was. But neither of this is true. First of all, it's a different city rebuilt by and for different people. For casualties in Warsaw are estimated for something like 200,000, 70,000 victims of just Warsaw uprising alone. So perhaps if taken into consideration, this may have some significant impact on your scheme, and probably make it even better and more interesting. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, by the way, Professor Prebska is from Krakow University. This is why she speaks very, knowledgeably about the matter. Any other question? Yes, Professor Cody?
I wonder, in your research, when you pose this final question about what is urban identity, are you looking at how that applies to different parts of the society, any society, whether it is adolescent people might have a different concept of an urban identity than older people like me.
Yes.
So I realize in this paper you don't have time to go into that detail, but it seems to be a fundamental question in your analysis, and it seems not a very simple answer to give.
Absolutely.
So I just wondered if you want to elaborate on that.
And can you admit I understand that it's difficult for me
to answer.
Yes.
Vuole dirlo in italiano?
Sì.
Cerco di tradurlo, ok.
Se ho capito bene, diceva che è un problema poter definire l'identità urbana visto la complessità e la diversità.
E soprattutto visto il complesso quadro che lei ha tracciato e che ha preso in esame. Quindi
Sì.
lei come pensa di trattarlo?
Prima di tutto la società e la città di adesso, ma come è sempre stato in passato, è caratterizzata da una complessità sociale e fisica
dovuta alla stratificazione nel tempo, e l'identità è la sommatoria di tutto questo. In più va aggiunto anche che i vari cambiamenti che ci sono adesso, ovvero la società multietnica, comporta altri fattori da analizzare per capire che cos'è l'identità urbana. È un problema che per me è alla base della mia ricerca, che ancora riesco a capire come analizzare, come risolvere. Non c'è risposta, a mio avviso non c'è.
Jeff knows and saying yes, but I think for the others, just summing up, is that of course we know, everybody knows how the complexity is the base to understand the nature of the identity in the city, urban cultures and spaces. But there are some new, let's say, input in this complexity that are given by multiculturality, for instance, or different flows or new aspects that she doesn't know exactly, so that they add complexity to complexity. So she really doesn't know, Dr. Fiaschi, she really doesn't know exactly how to be more focused in it and how to reach and purchase the object to express this identity.
Per finire, sto cercando di individuare nell'architettura e nel concreto, nell'urbanistica di una città, quali sono i marcatori identitari della città, riconosciuti dalla collettività. E per fare questo, ancora adesso non so esattamente da dove iniziare.
Maybe you will find some suggestions from here. So she's trying to have some marks or imprinting, looking to the architectural and the physical. I have to say, urbanistica is in the sense of physical urban space.
Exactly.
That let's say will consent, that are shared by communities, that will allow to understand how this identity is built. But still, is a point of research for her too difficult to work with.
Ed è per questo che ho iniziato dalla storia. At the beginning, the history.
Yeah. But I think that you will have a lot of suggestion how to improve your research.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm calling here the next presenter, that is Dr. Avar Al-Mukhtar, and is post-war urban reconstruction and cultural heritage in relation to national identity, the case of Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan. We are moving from the general frame to more focused frame and context. The stage is yours, and as before, when you see green, it's 5 minutes.
I will
when
put
you
the
see
timer as well,
gray,
just in case.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I am Aval Al-Mukhtar. I was here in the last Silk Cities conference in London as a student, presented preliminary research of my PhD thesis, so some of you might be familiar with the work which I will be presenting today. So forgive me if you find anything repetitive. I'm an architect from Erbil, Iraq. I'm now teaching at Oxford Brookes University, in which I recently submitted and finished my PhD as associated lecturer in the School of Built Environment. So I would like to take you through a short journey into the relationship between national identity, urban identity of an emerging nation through a post-war reconstruction of Erbil, Iraq. So just to start with the context, Iraqi Kurdistan is the north part of Iraq. It represents 3 cities. It's now autonomous region with the population of nearly 6 million. This region, if you might know about the region, it has been in a conflict and war between Arabs and Kurds. The Kurds, they were the minorities, Arabs were the majorities in Iraq as a country. And after decades of conflict, armed conflict and war, it became an autonomous region, and Erbil is the capital of the Kurdish region of Iraqi Kurdistan, which is the case of my research. So a bit of background on Erbil city. Erbil city started with the study of Erbil, which dates back to nearly 5,000 years ago. It's recently listed as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, and it represents the heart of the city, both physically and symbolically. Kurds associate themselves, their identity with the citadel, and is becoming the symbol of the capital of an emerging nation. So after the war, the city gained a historical importance when the citadel was listed as a World Heritage Site, a political importance where the city became a capital of an emerging nation, and then a growth of economy from the oil production after the war and sanction in 2003, and all led into rapid urbanization. So the post-war reconstruction was mainly led by investment, mostly international investment, had to lead to meet the housing demand because the country, the city was in a war for decades, lots of housing shortage, and the aspiration of the government, the political parties to promote the city globally, to bring the city on the global stage. So, starting from the heritage, building on the heritage value that the city has, the citadel represents more than 500 buildings of nearly 200, 300 years old, the existing structure. And it represents layer of different civilizations that lived and coexisted together. So it represents layers of heritage through the history of Assyrians, Kurds, Arabs, Sumerian, etc. It has a unique urban fabric, as you can see in the typology of the building, the typology of residential units, and how people used to live and construct their housing. So the city started to grow in the mid of 19th century around the citadel, following the similar pattern of semi-organic built fabric in which the city grown from almost 5-6 decades ago. Then, after the post-war, the urbanization boomed. So you can see this is an example of a new shopping mall surrounding an area of gentrified the area and is in a close link with the citadel. Also, different urban typologies that started to emerge, making a departure from local material, making a departure from local built fabric. So that continuity of local built fabric started to get disconnected slowly in the process of post-war reconstruction. And then, coming back to the issue of national identity, as the citadel represents the identity of Kurdish people, the identity of the city, it was used as a political tool to manipulate national identity. So the historic gate was destroyed by the Ba'ath government, the previous Saddam government in the 70s, claiming that is for hygienic reasons. It was considered as an attempt to manipulate national identity of Kurds, to erase their identity. But later on, which the Babylonian style gate was constructed by the previous government, it was considered as an attempt to Babylonize the citadel, to give a new identity, a new urban identity to all this settlement in the Kurdish area. However, later on, a few years ago in 2013, the Kurdish government, when they came to power, they claimed that this Babylonian gate doesn't belong to us. It's not part of our heritage. It's not part of our identity. So we need to demolish that and construct a copy from the historic gate without engaging with the academia, without engaging with local people, without engaging with people like my generation. In my generation, the Babylonian style is the gate of citadel that I know. So you are reconstructing identity for whom and demolishing identity of whom. So this was a very aggressive top-down approach, politically driven, to erase decades of history. So when I went back and I saw the new gate, it felt really strange. It felt like I don't know this place anymore. So this was an attempt to manipulate and change national identity through a post-war urban reconstruction. And also housing, of course, is a huge part of that. So housing boom started not only for luxurious properties, but only for low income communities as well. So the government started like building thousands of units outside the city to meet the housing demand, but without a consideration of cultural values, of heritage, of the need of local people. So this process again happened in 2-3 years' time with thousands of units flooded into the city, trying to change again the cultural identity of the city, of people. But on the same hand, housing also suffered from international investment trying to rebrand and for marketing purpose to build an Italian village. I don't know how Italian it is, you may know better than me. An English village, an American village. So people coming out from war, they're like, I want to experience globalization, I want new, I want to be modern. But in that process of modernization, identity was lost. I interviewed people living in English village when they moved in a few years ago. They lived there and they moved out. Culturally, they couldn't adapt because the properties have no perimeter walls. Privacy is a very important cultural issue. So people moved in, they had to live 24/7 with the blinds shut. They couldn't bear that. So now, the whole area, which is gated community by the way, is 80% occupied by business companies and expats because locals couldn't adapt. They moved in there for social status. And both these low-income housing and these global kind of housing projects are gated communities, which changes the social structure, the social fabric of the city. It introduced social segregation, which is very new for the city. People used to live next to each other in a house of 100 square meter with a 500 square meter. This social cohesion was very strong before. So why introducing new typologies and promoting the social segregation and gated communities when you don't allow certain sector of society to interact and they don't feel the sense of belonging anymore? So all that slowly happened, not slowly actually, over 1 decade, all that happened. So it's a massive change, not only in terms of the built fabric, but in terms of the social fabric as well for the city. And of course, where are we standing as Kurds in that process? Because where is our identity in that process? Kurds fought for years, for decades, to preserve and protect and practice their identity. But in that process of liberation, in that process of building, construction their identity, they are failing, sadly. So these developments, as you can see, they are in a close link to the citadel. They are segregated from each other, and they are not only spatially segregated, they are socially segregated from each other. So this is, and if you see this area happened over 5 years, so it's quite scary, and it's in the city as well. So all that ended up with the city, the capital of an emerging nation which fights for their national rights, which fights for Kurdishness, to become a city of multiple identities. Not multiple identities that fail to represent the city collectively. They are in conflict with each other. They are not holistically representing an ethnicity, a culture, a city. So how we can move forward from that? Because cities get rebuilt, city identities, new identities born, and cities started to change. So we need a holistic approach for not only architecture, planning, and urban design that could respect the historic values but allows for modernization, because whether we like it or not, people would like to modernize. They don't want to be stuck in the past, but this process can achieve the balance. So post-war reconstruction, the way it happened, it can benefit from a very few recommendation, which is like very generic, if you will. It's like understanding the historic roots of a city is really important, which can be done through a morphological approach. Cultural heritage needs to be integrated in all the process from master planning all the way to individual urban design practices and architecture, to provide guidance for not only the government, for practitioners, for universities, and to connect people to their heritage. That's really important because local, they don't have usually this awareness of their cultural heritage. So who is responsible of post-war reconstruction? Everyone, the government, ministries, professionals, academias, practitioners, NGOs, they played a huge role in that. And also investors, either international or local. But this issue of post-war reconstruction needs to be integrated with having the people as heart of it. And we need a platform that can bring all of these together and to provide this mutual understanding of importance of cultural heritage in relation to identity and urban identity. It is, we know, this process is politically driven, it has economic impact, many actors involved, but we need a platform that can bring a neutral platform that can bring all these players together in order to enhance place identity or national identity in a way that can respect historic values but at the same time allow for modernization. Thank you very much.
Okay, high challenges. Yes, question.
I have a question, Albert. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
So Italian village, American village, English village, are they related to the funding?
Well, they are all investors, locals and foreigners. So the way the process works, an investor approaches the government to acquire a piece of land free of charge or on a sentimental basis, and they provide a scheme. And with the lack of expertise in the government in terms of urban design, architecture, the issues, the cultural issues, they see these colorful schemes, yes, approval straight away. So they get built for marketing purposes, and when they market it as Italian village, English village, they sell it off plan. So the process is investors, they don't have appreciation for cultural values. But at the same time, government who is allowing for that and providing a precious land within the city is encouraging the process to take place.
So basically it's just a matter of marketing.
It's a matter of one.
It's a marketing thing, not is related, not, for example, Italian village, the money wouldn't come from Italy.
No, at all. None of the English government or Italian government took part of any production process of these development, but they were only for marketing purposes.
Yes.
Do you know if the architects involved are locals?
Well, for English village, it was a small architecture firm in Oxford called J&M. Italian village, it was mixed, but again, it was to promote this global image rather than to build from local.
Other questions? No. I think that is a good, let's say, order. There's two first papers because I think that they offer a really big question: how identity is modeled, shaped by physical reconstruction rather than social reconstruction. So it's really huge and it affects it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we are not in time, but quite in time. And I wish to ask I don't know who is present, Simona Bravaglieri, Silvia Furioni, Elia Zenoni. No, one of you, of course, the one that want to... One of us is presenting. Oh, that, okay, the one that is presenting. Who is presenting?
I'm presenting, but may I have my colleagues also? I don't see somewhere. That's fine.
Oh, okay. It's a collective presentation, that's fine. Why not? The title is quite, let's say, interesting because it's beyond the damage, the reconstruction of L'Aquila. So this morning we heard a lot about L'Aquila. Talking about myself, I'm teaching here, but I talk really little about the reconstruction of L'Aquila because it's long, it requires a long time to acquire the skills. So I'm curious of your.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Silvia, and there's also Elia and Simone as well. And we are students from Politecnico di Milano. Simona and Elia are completing their PhD in preservation of architectural heritage at the Politecnico of Milan, while I am working as architect in London. Our work regards the state of art of the reconstruction of the built heritage in the historical center of L'Aquila, basically focusing on the evolving image of the historical center, as I said. Starting by analyzing the reconstruction process in the historical center, we have identified a few aspects of it. The main one is the challenge that the new technologies and good practice are finding in raising the level of resistance of the architectural structure. A second aspect we found is that the institution's approach to the reconstruction seems to aim to a normalization of the post-disaster scenario. And a third aspect we found is that the many art discoveries that happened after the earthquake have moved the focus of the image of L'Aquila as a city of art. This work comes from a deep analysis we made in 2016, which regarded the architectural reconstruction in the L'Aquila Historical Center, in which we focused on the balance between the structural safety and the building's conservation. In this case, this year, in occasion of the 10th anniversary, we decided to focus this time on the image that it is emerging from the restoration of monuments and buildings in the historical city center. We argue that the common approach is a kind of a heavy reconstruction, as it was before the earthquake, in order to basically sort of erase the layer of the catastrophe, of the earthquake catastrophe. And we analyzed several cases, chosen between the superintendent's evaluation made in 2009, made on the damaged buildings, basically on public property, and we choose that those buildings who are, first of all, of course, in historical center, as I said, they are public property, and that they have been heavily damaged in their structural parts, with also a few lost of portions of them. Here are the buildings we analyzed. As you can see, we categorized three main, let's say, field of them, which emerged, which are buildings that have been put in safety straight after the earthquake, buildings in which the restoration is in process, and buildings which have been completely restored and partially used, or completely in use. Some of them, as you can see, are quite famous, quite known, as Basilica of Colle Maggio, Palazzo del Governo, Anime Sante's Church, and the Forte Spagnolo. In this slide, you can see the pictures of the damaged buildings. But later, in order to show the evolution of the city image, we decided to compare the buildings as they were before the earthquake and as they are now after the restoration, in order to also highlight the reconstructed portions. This first example is San Pietro a Copito in the northern part of the city. As you can see, the facade was partially collapsed, and as well as a part of the bell tower. And yes, so before and now. These other examples, Sant'Agostino, which is close to the Palazzo del Governo. Main damage was the lantern, and destroyed, and then completely rebuilt as it was before the earthquake. This is the notorious case of Basilica of Colle Maggio, and in this case the reconstruction. Sorry. Oops. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's fine.
Can you go ahead? We will try to solve the problem.
Okay. Well, meanwhile, I may say that the Colle Maggio Basilica has been reconstructed in its structural elements, choosing to not repropose the transept vault, which was collapsed, and not repropose as well the lost decorative apparatus. The following case, which we will see hopefully, is the notorious case of the Anime Sante's church, in which the dome has been completely reconstructed according to the pre-earthquake image. But you can, the gap between the new part of the dome and the survived part has been underlined by a modest drop, which is actually barely visible from the ground of the church. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. As you can see in the little zoom over there. Yes. Thank you very much. This is another quite famous case, which is in process, of course. And according to the project that you can see in the lower part of the slide, it seems that the facade will be reconstructed as it was before the earthquake. Also in process, but from the outside you can quite see that it's quite finished, is the Forte Spagnolo, which follows the previous example, following the pre-earthquake restitution, let's say. These final two cases, in these final two cases, we noticed actually a different approach, in which the reconstruction has not been, let's say, a prioristic, but it has been a result of a sort of architectural selection. For instance, you can see in the Church of Santa Maria della Misericordia, the smallest picture, a lost element which was badly damaged has not been reconstructed. Or, for instance, the vela in the higher picture has not been reconstructed as well. Probably likely for a structural safety reason. Finally, going in the end of our presentation, from our analysis, it has emerged that the chance of experiment in the architectural design process, it has probably been missed in many cases in this reconstruction, which is, of course, is still in process. And despite a few architectural proposals which have been made, the reconstruction has always been al identique as it was before the tragedy. So that means that probably the chance of adding layers and of plus value, and it has been missed, and probably it has been also avoided an architectural and cultural debate. Thank you.
Okay, any question? Any question from my Aquila colleagues? No? Yes.
I have a general question. Is there any monument or memorial for the earthquake in L'Aquila? Because last month, actually 2 weeks ago, I was in Tacloban, Philippines, and they are elements to remind of the super typhoon that happened in 2013. How about L'Aquila? Is there anything, or just erasing even from the memory of people?
Yeah, I mean the Anime Sante, the third. Okay. Wait. Anime Sante, the one with the dome that was rebuilt, totally rebuilt, with a very slightly sign of the earthquake, should be the symbol of the victims. But actually it's not really, it wasn't kept, it wasn't kept any sign of the earthquake. This very subtle sign that is not very visible from the ground, so that should be the symbol, but yeah, it doesn't really work like that, in our opinion. So.
Any other question? Because here is a quite challenge. Is some border, let's say, a topic that is between what is reconstruction, what is restoration, what is historical, what is not, what is identity. So I think that is, you touch, a quite sensitive point that is also difficult to handle with. So I would suggest that, some deeper understanding on the reasons why, for instance, why we didn't, probably sometimes it's not only for structural reasons.
No, yes,
Sometimes it's because it's according with the rules of the historians or, the, let's say, philologist, reconstruction or whatever. I mean, I'm an urban planner, not an expert in restoration, but, working in reconstruction, this is often a problem. So, and yes, I'm curious because you talk always about identity in this for all the speakers in this session, but are you sure that is so easy? Classify everything under the label identity, under the label memory, under the label, I often use more frequently, I use the word heritage, because for me it's a bit more neutral. It's not neutral, but let's say more huge, less, it's less difficult to handle with. Because it's really, you talk about this, but I would like that you take really carefully the terms that you are using, because it's quite difficult to handle with. Because we are, the topic was reconstructions. The name of the session is heritage-oriented reconstruction versus reconstruction-oriented heritage restoration. So this it makes the difference, in my opinion, in these two versus. So, but you took identity as a main driving point, right? So I'm wondering how you will consider in the future in your studies this. Any other question or comment? Yes, please, Professor Cody. No one better than you.
You use a phrase heavy reconstruction. I'm curious whether there is, it seems, this is my first encounter with l'Aquila, but it seems to me that in the examples you're showing, there has been no attempt to indicate the difference between what existed before and the reconstructed elements. Yeah. Is there an attempt in l'Aquila to give a clearer indication of what was original and then what has been reconstructed, or is it just is it too early to do that? Are there any attempts with interpretive panels or historic photographs or some indication for someone to determine that, oh, that was actually 17th century and this is a heavy reconstruction today of 17th century elements?
No, there is no distinction between what it was before and what it is now. So
there are a few, for instance, the first case in my mind, that comes in my mind, in Colle Maggio, there are a few panels, as you said, which shows during the right after the earthquake. What has emerged actually is basically what you just said. So there is no clear distinction, architectural designing, talking. There is no clear and immediate distinction between what it was and what it was, what has survived and what is new, and that is our point basically. That's what we would like to talk about. So yes.
So you are arguing there should be.
Yes.
Can I? There's not much time. But
No.
How would you, in your analysis, how would you propose making that distinction?
Well, for instance, I would make now. I hope it will work. The last slide. Okay. Yes. Well, in this case, for instance, we the black and white pictures. They describe San Bernardino bell tower, which was partially collapsed, and an attempt to, let's say, make diverse what is new, what has instead survived. Could be, for instance, in this case, it has been proposed some sort of a wire structure. So this could be an example. Material difference despite or anything else. This is, I think, we think a good example of distinction.
Yeah, and the problem is that there is no discussion about it. The solution is often this one, that is the bell tower,
which was very quickly made. It was in 2009. It was rebuilt in 2009, if I'm not wrong. So that's also.
Please.
David Alexander from University College London. I'm quite surprised that there hasn't been a discussion of the concept of genius loci, spirits of place, especially given that the principal book on the subject was published in both Italian and English by the architect Christian Ulrich Schultz. The thing about spirit of place, genius loci, is that it could be embodied in both the individual building and the open fabric. And one of the things that really strikes me about the last 10 years in this city is that the reconstruction has been very, very heterogeneous and piecemeal, which I think is very much a function of the bureaucracy associated with it and the slowness with which funds have been released. But if you look at it, you see, as far as I can tell as an outsider, very little sense of conservation and reconstruction of the urban fabric, and a much greater sense of reconstruction of individual buildings, which begs the question perhaps, to what extent do individual buildings in L'Aquila or anywhere else embody the spirit of place? And then you can extend that question by asking, is reconstruction to original standards, presumably with anti-cyclic bits and pieces bolted on, actually recreating the genius logi, or is it recreating Disneyland?
Thank you for this observation.
Yeah, we totally agree. We noticed in the previous analysis we did in 2016, we analyzed the process of reconstruction also under the point of view of the bureaucracy and how it was handled, and this way to reconstruct singular monuments and not in
having an overview, complete overview. There is no complete, total overview. There are many. Sorry to interrupt. There are many. How to say, organs, institutions involved, which do not talk to each other, basically. So you all can understand how uneasy can become working. I mean, it's not quite easy to build something. How to say, not complete, not heterogeneous, or not by not talking with each other and not cooperate. Of course, everyone is looking at its own building or its own land, its own portion. So that is the
overall strategy of reconstruction in that way is wrong, quite honestly. In as much as if you walk down the streets, what do you see? You see empty plots where a building has been cleared away. You see buildings that have yet to be reconstructed, buildings that are buttressed and abandoned. Then you see buildings that are being reconstructed, buildings that have been reconstructed but not re-entered, and buildings that are back in use and so on. And as so heterogeneous, what it doesn't do is restore functionality to the city. I think a better way to have done it, that doesn't sound too arrogant, but anyway, would have been to try to reconstruct it area by area, moving out from the centre, with the aim of restoring functionality to it as a city.
We completely agree.
Yeah, it's quite different. When I lived in Venice, and when Fenice was destroyed, they immediately said where it was as it was. And then I am in L'Aquila, and there's where it was as it was, and they came from Friuli. Yeah, I'm from Udine, so I know quite well the problem where it was as it was. And, I think that is a dilemma and also misunderstanding. That is a huge debate among also, I'm an urban designer and planner, among us. Because it's different when you look to the single landmark and you talk with the, it's like cascade of identity and blah, blah, blah. And when you look to urban fabric. So, but often you confuse them or you treat in the same way. We are not from the spoon to the metropole, definitely. So, but we always in reconstruction, we talk about this. So I agree completely with you. I'm not so, I do not know L'Aquila case, living here in the last 3 years, but I'm not so knowledgeable in that. But what I understood is that I agree with you is something that is wrong, but from the, let's say, approach, not only from the functional functions. So, thank you. Do you have another question? No? It was a great debate. I would like to thank you all to raise such a question. Lunch is time for lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are about to start the afternoon session. So we have 4 presenters in this session. I'm delighted to share the afternoon session. And the first speaker we have today is, we have Usamo Morao. he will be presenting on post-tsunami recovery and mitigation effect in the coastal areas affected by 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. So you have 15 minutes to present, and for the structure of the session, we have 4 presentations. Then we will open for discussion for about 20-30 minutes. Okay, you have the floor now.
I don't know how to do this. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Osamura from International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University. Today I will talk about the recovery from the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and the effect of mitigation strategy. The coastal areas of the Great East Japan earthquake had many tsunamis, big tsunamis previously. For example, 1896, 1933, 1960, and 2011. This is a picture of one magazine after the 1896 Meiji Sanrik tsunami. After this tsunami, the affected people moved to the mountainous areas, some people, but because of some reasons, they returned to the original place to be hit by the next tsunami after 37 years. This is a picture of the 1933 Great Tsunami. And after this tsunami, the government made the affected people relocate to the mountainous areas. Like this, the red district is a recovered place. In 1960, from Chile, great tsunami came to the same place, but it was lower than the previous one. And some people, 182 people were killed, but the effect was lower than the previous one. But in the 20th centuries, the left figure is the condition just after the relocation. But during the century, they started living in the coastal areas like this. This is one district, and another district had the same condition like this. Then in March 11, 2011, the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami came to the places. The left figure is the situation just after the Great Tsunami, and the right figure shows the damaged situation. The remaining houses were the ones relocated after the 1933 tsunamis. And these houses survived the Great Tsunami. And the left side is lower place, which washed away the houses. And this is the situation of the lower district. Then, generally speaking, when we think about disaster management, we often use disaster life cycle concept. This is like this: the disaster hit the area, and the response phase, recovery phase, and to reduce future tsunami, we have two types of strategies. One is mitigation and one is preparedness. This is one cartoon of the relationship. He is vulnerable to the falling rock. Then to save him, we have mitigation strategy. This is structural mitigation. Or we may use land use mitigation. This is mitigation. Now, of course, both strategies, if we use, this is better. But it spends much time, much money, and agreement. Then sometimes some areas cannot adopt these mitigation strategies. In this case, they need preparedness. They can escape without mitigation strategies. And this is response and recovery. These are the cycle of disaster management. This figure shows effect of disaster mitigation. The mitigation capacity is here, and the mitigation is to prevent hazard. Then higher, if we apply the higher capacity mitigation, we can stop the hazard impact. But if the hazard is more than mitigation capacity we prepared, the disaster happened. Then this is to recover this area, we need disaster risk reduction capacity, or we may call it resiliency. But if we can conduct mitigation strategy, this capacity, the high capacity make this capacity lesser. This is the importance of mitigation. Then before the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, Japanese government conducted some tsunami mitigation strategies in some areas. I'd like to introduce some cases. This is breakwater in Kamaishi Bay in Iwate Prefecture. This is breakwater. The one is 670 meters length, and this is about kilometers. It was commenced to construct in 1978. Then it was completed in 2009. 31 years was spent. The maximum depth underwater is 63 meters. It was recorded by Guinness World Records as the deepest breakwater. But the Kamaishi area also damaged by the great tsunami. This is a result of the one institute in Japan. The result is that, for example, the upper figure is the situation without breakwater, and the lower one is the case with breakwater. So because of the breakwater, tsunami height was reduced by 40%, and inundated area was reduced by 40% too, and time until overhead levees was delayed 6 minutes. Then I don't know the exact number of the escaping people, but it had very efficient, I think so. But how we think of it, we spent much money to construct the breakwater, and some people survived. But how to think of it is debatable. But anyway, the mitigation strategy is very important, we understood. Then in our research, we analyzed the tsunami mitigation strategies conducted before the tsunami, and we compared. This is one of the results. Some municipalities conducted sea walls, breakwater, tide-up gate, revetment, and breast wall, and this is the result. Then, okay, this is a little bit complicated figure, but we compared the effect of the mitigation with the damage level of previous tsunamis and Great East Japan earthquake. The 0 point is the situation of 1896 tsunami, and the x-axis shows tsunami height, and the y-axis shows the collapsed housing damage. Then anyway, it shows the some areas, Fudai town and Kamais town of Nato was reduced the damage due to the tsunami, and this is effect of the tsunami strategy. And also we compared the Great East Japan earthquake damage with the 1933 Sanrik tsunami. Then we could understand there was the effect of the tsunami mitigation, and compared with the damage level due to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami and so on. We need more research for this. And finally, I'd like to introduce current recovery condition in the affected areas. We can see many change of the affected areas. Disaster remains, or construction of levees, tsunami evacuation towers, and so on. Yeah, this is one case of Fukushima Prefecture. The coastline became the park with some strategies. The planting, or of course the evacuation route, and this is another area. Then on the mountainous areas, they were developed for relocation. And this is pictures of Yuriage district, south of Sendai city. In the end of May, they opened the new town like this, and many people came together. And the new facilities were constructed, and memorial parks. This is the significant figure I made. This is comparison of post-disaster recovery processes. I made the recovery curves to show the recovery process. This red line shows the Miyagi prefectures, and the blue line shows Fukushima, and green line shows Iwate. These prefectures affected by the 2011 Great East Japan Tsunami. And the fastest one is for Sri Lanka, and Thailand and Indonesia, which were destroyed by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. And this one is the recovery of the Chi-Chi town in Taiwan, affected by the 1999 Chi-Chi earthquake in Taiwan. Then it showed the difference of speed of construction. We had this curve based on the construction data of new housings. Then I cannot explain the detail, but I found some interesting result. And also I'd like to make the curve for L'Aquila. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osamo, for the presentation. I would like to invite our next speaker now, Marco Felli. He would be presenting on restoration strategies between Italy and United States post-trauma recovering of monumental buildings.
Thank you very much. In this brief lecture, we will speak about restoration strategies among Italy and United States at the beginning of the 20th century. Why is it important to speak about this period and why we can compare Italy and USA? Because we have some things in common. For example, we are speaking about monumental buildings, which most of them are churches or religious buildings with religious function. In Italy, we will speak about churches, and in the United States, in particular in Texas, we will speak about the Franciscan missions, were complex of buildings created at the end of the 18th century by the Franciscan friars who came from Europe. These kind of buildings can be analyzed also under another point of view, because they demonstrate weak behavior in case of earthquake. So in most of them, in particular in the ones of the central Italy, we can see all these damages induced by the quake also nowadays, not only in that period. So that's the situation. I choose these two pictures which are made word cloud, made with the words used after these events. In particular, these words are taken from newspaper at the beginning of the century, in particular in the period from the beginning of the 20th century to the 1930s. And why we speak about this kind of buildings also, as I told you before, because these kind of buildings show a weak behavior in case of earthquake due not only to their irregular form, not regular, so weaker in comparison to ordinary buildings, and also to differences inside the material aspect, because more of them are made in steps during the times, so different materials, different techniques, and also different behavior in case of earthquake. And different approaches to the problem, because in this picture I show you some buildings which were interested by the earthquake 100 years ago, 1915, in L'Aquila's province, not properly in L'Aquila, in Avezzano, very close to our city now. And with this event, large part of the buildings, large part of the monumental buildings showed this kind of behavior. So weak behavior in comparison to the stresses, and so they collapsed. And in particular, these monumental buildings were collapsed. For example, the first one is the Church of Colle Maggio, with the Superintendent Vittorini showed this morning with the restoration after the other earthquake. castle and other churches of the interior lands. And this is the situation for the other part of the world, the United States. I took two areas of example. The one is Texas and another one is California. California, we saw also in the last days there was a strong earthquake which caused also damages to the historic buildings. And what I want to show you is the last picture on the right, which are the 21 missions, Franciscan missions from California. And the red line is the San Andreas Fault. So there are buildings very exposed to this danger, to this risk. But also we need to we need to take care of our buildings, in particular in Texas, also after hurricanes and flooding, which is the situation of the central building, which is the Alamo in San Antonio, Texas. Also, there were other aspects on which we need to focus on. For example, the abandonment of these buildings. Some caused to the secularization, for example, of the mission. Others for the ruined state of the buildings. And also the necessity of recovering them requires a lot of monies. So also the process of reconstructions took a lot of time. In fact, all the buildings we are seeing now, they were restored 20, 30 years after the trauma events which destroyed them. So there are also things in common, not only in the typologies of the buildings, not only in the period, but also in this aspect, which are related to the theories in the restoration works. For example, the Athens Charter for Restoration, which was released in 1931. The new materials, the new technology available at that moment, for example, the reinforced concrete. As I underlined in the last line, because it was very important not only as a new material, as a new opportunity, but also because it was used, paradoxically, at the same way in Italy and United States, even if the project were not designed by the same people. So I will present two different case studies. One is located in l'Aquila province, which is this one, is the church of Santa Lucia in Maiano de Marcia, a small village. The other one is located in San Antonio. I'm starting from this one. This church has been founded in the 14th century and is characterized by the development in more steps during the times. For example, the facade, sorry, I come back. We can see a lot of elements which have been added during the times. For example, we recognize the Gothic elements instead of Romanics and so on. And also the last one, which is the upper window, which is more recent than the others. There were also sculptures and decoration inside, because this kind of church, which is typical in Abruzzo, is made by the local artisan, the local sculpture people, and so on. So they were rich for this kind of decoration and sculptures. And as we can see, this is the state of the church before the earthquake, so before the 1915. And we can see how it was complicated according to the architectural point of view, because we recognize all these elements, and the interior was Baroque, with decorations, vaults, and also a dome. What happened? With the earthquake, large part, almost all the church collapsed. This was due, as I told you, to the poor materials used in the construction, to the different techniques. In fact, we can see the walls are more or less entire, even if the roof completely collapsed. The dome also collapsed, and the tower bell stayed there, apparently without any damages, because it was the last elements to be added at the end of the 19th century. So another technique and safer than the others. In this case, the restoration, intervention was very complicated to approach, and it found a solution only 20 years later. The project was made since 1934 to 1937 and interested different approach in the same building. The facade was disassembled and reassembled. Every element was catalogued. So they were able to re-put in order. And the first designer, which was the engineer Cesare Sabatini, proposed the restoration for the interior in a previous period, for example, in a previous state of the church, removing the Baroque decoration and repristinate the Romanic one. And the tower bell were restored. These are drawings from the project, in which we can see also in this section drawing, we see a change in the structure. The engineer proposed a frame in reinforced concrete. We can see also in the plan. But what happened during the work, this is another section, so also this is the plan of the tower bell. We can see, we are able to see the beams and the columns in both of the drawings. What happened was called another engineer to do the works, the engineer Pietrangeli, which modified something in the project. In particular, what I want to show you is this one. This is a detail of the roof. This engineer proposed a system of covering in reinforced concrete, simulating the wooden roof. Also, the beams were covered in wood, in timber. So, also nowadays, we are not able to distinguish the material if it's concrete or wood. And also, this is another section drawing. You see, more or less, the approach was the same. There were also some changes in the arches. For example, this is the detail of the bars, the reinforcement bars. And we can see all these aspects also in this picture. This is the only one picture we have of that construction site. In particular, maybe, no. Here we can see the columns inserted inside the existing masonry. Then the tower bell was demolished and reconstructed from the beginning. And this is nowadays, but what I want to show you is how changed the interior, completely different from the Baroque decorations. In fact, we see clean walls, no decorations, and also the wood is better on the picture on the left. We see the detail of the roof is not in timber, is in reinforced concrete. The beams are covered in timber. I go very fast. The other case study is the mission San Jose San Miguel Agallo in San Antonio, Texas, more recent than the other one in Italy. This church was found at the beginning of 18th century. The mission was established at the beginning of the 18th century, and the church was completed at the end of the century. And the church was going abandoned. In fact, we see secularized. A lot of the friars, a lot of the Franciscan friars were called back from Rome. So the missions, these churches were abandoned. And what happened after hurricanes and floodings? In this case, the northern wall, after a hurricane, collapsed. A few years later, in 1874, also the main dome of the church collapsed. Few years later, then also the tower bell. This was the church before the dome fall. And this is the situation. We can see that the dome collapsed in these two pictures. Also the roof collapsed because we can see the lights in the interior from the door, from the gate. I'm going fast because the restoration works took a lot of time, not for the works themselves, but for decide the approach of the building. In this case, the architect who was called for the restoration was Harvey Smith, which was an engineer in the authorities group of engineers. In the authority group of engineers, so he was called to design. And what he designed? Two different approaches. One for the tower bell, reconstructed in bricks, as the tower bell was before, and another one completely different from the dome. A new structure in reinforced concrete inside the existing masonry. The dome was a completely slab in reinforced concrete of 15-20 centimeters of thickness. These are the drawings details accessible in the archives of this corporation, in which we can see also the details of the bars, the reinforcement of the beams, and also the design for the dome. So two ring beams in reinforced concrete, and then a full slab in reinforced concrete. this picture, I think, show all the purpose because not only the dome was interested by this kind of approach, but also the entire church. There was inserted singular frames, independent one from each other, inside the single slab, and also at the same distance one from each other, supporting the roofing system. This is another section drawing with the crack of the collapse, the wall and also the dome, and the section drawing of nowadays. Other pictures in which we can see also the state of the church nowadays. I'm going to finish. We saw different contexts of work, very far one from each other. Different authorities of control, because, sorry, I forgot, in Italy it was just the superintendents who controlled the works. So they were the authority. I'm going to finish. But what we can see, the same material and the same approach. In both cases, there was used the reinforced concrete better. It was used the frame in reinforced concrete, inserting the existing walls in masonry. So not demolished and reconstructed, but using the same structure. And this is I'm going to finish. And this is very important because we can see an approach which was typical on that period. But not only in Italy or in Texas, but also, for example, in California. I mean, the Franciscan missions of the California, which were several interested by the earthquakes during their history, and also they presented the same approach. So it's interesting to underline all these aspects, not only at the state of that time, but also if we can see the behavior nowadays. I show you a picture of Colle Maggio before. Colle Maggio was interested by an analog intervention with a frame on reinforced concrete that inducted damages with the other earthquakes of 2009. So it is important and interesting to focus on this aspect. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marco. I would like now to invite Dr. Farnaz Arifian, who will be presenting linkages between reconstruction, heritage, and urban processes, BAM, Hoyan, and Taklu.
I doubt if I can actually cover all, but yeah, I try my best. Thank you very much, Aula. My very much interest in to understand how disaster management system, how urban systems, and how heritage conservation system work together in a post-disaster situation, because each of them has very much layers of complexity. So just a very quick recap of the Sendai framework and the concept of building back better during reconstruction and recovery, which means disaster risk reduction during reconstruction and recovery we should take care of. And there are some elements of people participation, some actually globally approved and agreed principles of reconstruction and recovery. And new urban agenda by the UN Habitat, which officially recognizes the importance of urban heritage in its broadest actually meaning. And both Sendai framework and the new urban agenda, they talk about what? They don't talk about how. So my question is about how. How are we going to address everything, basically? Whether it's in L'Aquila, in BAM, in Hoyan, if something happens, or in different contexts. So my work is very much focused on BAM now. If I have time, I go to Hoyan. So an ancient city with historic city with an ancient citadel, the biggest adobe structure in the world, and it was a treasure for all Iranians, actually. And surrounding area, the organic urban gardens, actually, we had, and it was like an oasis in the desert. And you can see examples of morphology in the housing section, actually, in the neighborhoods, that these are the traditional part. but the new actually housing developments followed the very grid-like actually network. But before the earthquake, whoever wanted to talk about BAM, they forgot to mention that. They all mentioned these organic, this garden city style of BAM, which actually the architectural fabric was like this. So, one day after the earthquake, 1/3 of the city died. So, 80% of the buildings collapsed. It was a real, I don't know if we can have levels of disasters, but it was a real disaster. So what was the situation? It was in Iran, we had post-war reconstruction, a very long, lengthy post-war reconstruction, during which lots of lessons were learned, actually. And so, for example, they knew by example and by experience that people have to take the responsibility of building for their own houses. Otherwise, they don't accept. And so there were cases that in long time ago, people abandoned reconstructed buildings because it was not based on their cultures and their lifestyles. So that was a lesson. And another thing, when disaster happened, we say in disaster management system that disasters, they are not creating an illness. They are like surgery knives. They show you what is going wrong in the ordinary development activities. And the BAM experience showed that there was very serious weaknesses in supervision of structural, actually, the codes and regulations. But BAM also was another case. Because of the strong history that it had, it just brought the attention of all urban designers, urban planners, architects, professional people, local people, that, wow, we lost BAM. So the beauty, the treasure is lost. And what are we doing with our cities, with the traditional cities? We are destroying them. We don't have anything to protect them, and then we lost. We recognize the value. Because BAM was recognized, the World Heritage urban landscape, not just the citadel, but the urban landscape, because of the relationship between the nature and the built environment, as a World Heritage Site after the earthquake, not before the earthquake. So the question was, now, what are we going to do? BAM became a strategic case. And for that, so the disaster management system was saying that building back better. So the structural shortfalls, the supervision should come into play a role in reconstruction activities. The historical element, the architectural fabric, or the identity, so that was the interpretation of urban identity at that time. So they should play a role in the reconstruction activities. And of course, the experience of post-war reconstruction, people should be involved. So people engagement, active engagement, earthquake-resistant buildings, and architectural identity. So you can see that those strategic objectives, they didn't announce it, but one could see that there are different layers or different levels of intervention, of interpreting, actually, these strategic objectives. One was the monument, the citadel, which the government directly worked with other governments, UNESCO, ICOMOS, and they took care of it. And actually, it was reopened very quickly. Another layer was public sector. Basically, special cases that had client, basically. Cases that had money, client, and it was like another project of rebuilding mosques, schools. But how about housing? How about housing? Those houses that should be actually rebuilt by active engagement of people, starting from first beginning, with the support of the government, with the support of consultancy companies like me, which established a local branch in BAM, working with 2,100 families. So how could we gather everything together? And my personal interest is this one. Because for special cases, we have experts in urban conservation, in conservation, in talking about, shall we build like exactly similar to before earthquake, or shall we make some changes? So there are some, I think this deals with ordinary people, exemplifies a high level of actually complexity. So what was that? There were exhibitions, architects, consultancy companies, bring your ideas. What kind of urban typology, housing typology we should have in BAM? So there were exhibitions. But can these exhibitions put into practice without knowing who does what, when, how? What is the role of people? What is the local role of government? What is the role of funding? At what stage we provide the funding for what? How can we measure? How can we make sure that the structural engineering is supervised properly? So the answer was to create a very complex, actually, systems. And these systems, at both design phase and construction phase, they introduced some elements. They added some elements to the ordinary housing development activities, basically. So they modified it. So different kind, for example, supervision team or laboratories or these kind of things, they are not exist. They don't exist in the ordinary housing development, but they were introduced in the BAM housing development. So it became kind of temporary urban housing development for post-disaster reconstruction. Thank you. So the process, adding all those new elements into the process and how the client, actually how people go through that process. But the outcome was not what everyone expected. It was not like the exhibition. Why? What was the reason? And the reason was that in practice, high levels of operational independency between different elements, between these strategic objectives, the mechanisms for approaching each of them, they were not independent, they had interdependency. So the program had to change. And this is that I draw on BAM. So they very smartly divided BAM to a number of administrative, this is the organizational configuration, so it's just a very graphic, administrative zones. So each consultancy company was responsible for one zone. And then they hired contractors. But these contractors were not allocated to these zones. They could be scattered across the city. So it was not like this. So it became consultancy company administrative zones, but clients are spread. And for ensuring that the control mechanisms are there for structural engineering, for heritage, for urban identity, for that sort of thing, they created two parallel mechanisms of controls. Engineering Organization of Iran, the BAM, the Kerman province, and the mother consultancy, one big consultancy company to control over the architectural identity. So two parallel controlling mechanisms. What? Okay, so you see that it's kind of should be a matrix organization for delivering that project, that program. But in reality, again, the allocated human resource for these controlling mechanisms was not enough. So it created a bottleneck. And that bottleneck actually created delays, and that delay actually triggered compromises on the expectation. Because in reconstruction, we have time. Time is a very important element, yes. And worse than that, to make the situation worse, these controlling bodies, they clashed. One was saying that BAM collapsed because of the structural one. So I'm the important strategic objective. Another one saying that BAM was the historical part. So I'm the most important strategic objective. So what is the priority? So no one actually had said at the beginning that they should come to an understanding, to be on the same page. So whatever we want in the post-disaster reconstruction, whatever we want to have in BAM, they correctly introduced the vertical, actually, convergence, how one strategic objective can go for the implementation. What they forgot, that the interdependencies. And the more strategic objectives you have, is more difficult. Because logically, more interdependency. And you need to take care of them. So in Hoi An again, I know it's just very quick. So there's not a disaster now, but the approach is different. The approach is different than BAM if a disaster happens. They appreciate their heritage now, before disasters. What they categorize the urban fabric based on the importance that the buildings and roads have in the heritage of the city, and it is a World Heritage Site now, before disaster. And they remind everyone that flood can come up to one level, actually. So the understanding that they are talking, just 1 minute? Okay. So the difference between BAM and Hoi An is that the similarity is that in Hoi An again, monuments is dealt with, special cases is dealt with the government. Still, these house shops, they are run by individual people, and like BAM, they need to be taken care by owners, but they have thought about it. And this is I think this is the beauty of, for Hoi An, my research hasn't completed yet for Hoi An and Tacloban, but what I can see that what we did in BAM, after something happened, we wanted to take care of everything from the beginning. But in Tacloban and in Hoi An, they made their decisions. So they know that which building has to do what. I don't know about if it's not tested. So the organizational configuration, if something happened for the delivery of the project, I don't know how it will be. But in principles, I expect that it's the link between disaster management, urban heritage, and people's participation, that principle should work better in Hoi An. I'm sorry it's late. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernaz. Perhaps we can hear more about it in the discussion session. I would like now to invite the last but not the least speaker, Francesco. He will be presenting reconstruction between past and present, comparing historical cities of Latvia and Italy.
Thank you. I would like to show you the small research that I made here in L'Aquila and in the University of Architecture, in the University of Riga in the Faculty of Architecture. I will try to speak about the reconstruction between past and present and try to find a new kind of theoretical approach to make the reconstruction of the building. The reconstruction is a big problem after a natural disaster or a disaster like a war. The debate have tended to polarize around two alternatives: rebuilding in contemporary style or restating in historical style. The rebuilding contemporary style, it means find a new beginning and delete the error of the past. And restating in historical style, it means replicating the original appearance and material of the building which have been lost for the continuity and identity reason. And this is one of the problems and the aspect that I study. Between these two extremes, we could find an alternative that I call a third way, and my research is to find this new alternative. I start with I start to study a theoretical aspect. The theoretical approach to connection between design and context in a contemporary style, in rebuilding the contemporary style, and restating the historical style. And I try to find a new theoretical approach as a method of critical reconstruction with contemporary elements. The theoretical approach to connection between contemporary design and context is I divide in 4 categories: community architecture, contextual architecture, iconic architecture, eclecticism architecture, contextualism. And the hypothesis is to find a critical contemporary reconstruction should be a method of critical reconstruction with contemporary architectural element, not only just a kind of restoration, but to insert in the project some new element in the new language. And an approach that restoring, but it's an approach that restoring the traditional scale, the massing and detail with some kind of modern setting. And we try to put this kind of critical method in individual building block or inter-district or inside a singular building. For the reason, I study 2 cases, one in Italy and the other one in Latvia. In Latvia, I study the case of the town hall square, the reconstruction of the town hall square after the World War II, and in L'Aquila I study the zone of the Santa Maria Paganica Square. In this picture we can see the urban fabric around the square of City Hall. Around the square of City Hall there was a lot of elements. The Riga City Hall, the House of Black Heart, and some residential block near the St. Peter Church. In the 19th, they put in the middle of the square the state of Roland, which is very important for the Latvian people. And this is a scheme of the original urban fabric and the original town City Hall Square before the World War II. This is some image of the building around the square. This is the City Hall Square, City Hall by the architect Fesco. This is the Black Hair House of Black Hair. And this is the situation after the Nazi bombardment on October 3, 1941. Almost building was destroyed. And in orange we can see the situation of the area after the Nazi bombardment. This is some image. The problem in Riga was that after the Nazi came the USSR, and the problem was the reconstruction of the area, and the reconstruction of the area is made like we can see in this image, because the Soviet regime don't want to make the original fabric, urban fabric, but they propose new element like this, totally different in terms of memory and in terms of style, if we compare with the original building. That's the situation after in the 1916 with a big block. This big block is the original. This one is the original Polytechnic of Riga. Some kind of residential block around the church and a school here. And as you can see, the area around the original square was totally empty. This was the building that built the Soviet regime after the World War II. And this is the area around the square of City Hall. In the 1975, they divide this area in two zones, with the insertion of this building that is the former museum of Red Latvian Riflemen. And in this drawing we can see the situation after 1991. What's happened? This is the situation in 1970. We can see the Polytechnic of Riga and the laboratory of the Polytechnic of Riga. In this part was the original Riga town hall. This is the museum. This is the area around the plaza. And the reconstruction after the Soviet regime, the reconstruction reflects two of the most important renewal and development problem in Riga: the critical renewal of the lost historical building line and the reconstruction of the lost building mass, and also the reconstruction of the memory of the Latvian people. The first thing that they do was the demolition of this part of the building, and from 1991 to 2004 they start to insert a new object, and this new object with different type of theoretical approach. I mean, for example, this one is like a copy of the original building. Also, this one is like a copy of the original building, and this 1, 2, and 3 is some kind of new language or new modern language. This is the houses of Black Earl. It's exactly the same of the past. Also, the town hall is the same. The main front is the same as the past. Behind is a little bit different. Yeah. And the situation nowadays is this situation. This is the square, the building around the square, and in green we have the building under construction that will define the original urban fabric. This is the building under construction. If we see the theoretical approach, we can see the socialist realism in the red, the building in red, the eclectic contextualism in green, the contextual architecture in blue, and in green, the critical contemporary reconstruction style. In L'Aquila, we have a different approach because, I studied this urban fabric, the urban fabric around Piazza Santa Maria Paganica, and after the earthquake of the 2009, this is the situation around the square. This is the situation of Santa Maria Paganica before and after. This is the situation of the building around the square after the earthquake, with the building here, the Santa Maria Paganica 5, Palazzo Ardinghelli, Palazzo K. Cappelli, etc. The theoretical approach for preservation of cultural heritage is restoration or conservation. In the case of Santa Maria Paganica, we have a lot of building in that we do the conservation, the restoration, like Palazzo Ardinghelli, Palazzo K. Cappelli. It's some kind of new restoration. The building 58 in front of the fountain of Santa Maria Paganica. All this building was made the restoration. Just in this building was made the demolition and the reconstruction. This is Santa Maria Paganica 5. And in the last one, there is the reconstruction. There is the restoration. And the problem now in Santa Maria Paganica is the church and the square. Because the church, this is the situation, the actual situation of the church. And the strategy for this church, we can find also a strategy for the church. The urban fabric around the Santa Maria Paganica district is almost a restoration and just one in a critical contemporary reconstruction. The possible theoretical approach for Santa Maria Paganica church and the square is restoration or a building with contemporary architectural element. Restoration, the project development should be this kind, preliminary design document that define two lines, restoration or reconstruction with contemporary element, and an architectural competition. The first one that used in Basilica of San Benedict in Norcia, a preliminary design document made for the minister, and an international competition. And in this case, there will be a restoration project. Or, for example, in this case, we have a building with contemporary architectural element. There is restoration and insertion of a new architectural element. This is in Bolzan. The conclusion is that despite the fact that the conservation is not only an option after a war or natural disaster, in order to reconstruction the building fabric, whether individual building blocks or entire district, town, city, I believe that the best way to conserve the cultural heritage is to preserve the memory. Preserve the memory means preserve the previous image, social moment, and lifestyle of inhabitants. An approach that restoring traditional scale, massing, and detail with a modern setting could be sometimes very good to preserve the memory of the past and at the same time transmit to the future the memory of the present. Thank you.
I would like now to invite all the speakers for a 20 minutes discussion session, please. So if you'd like to join the stage. So this has been a very interesting session on linking urban development and reconstruction processes, in which we had very good papers on which shared insights on mitigation strategies from Japan to reconstruction strategies in Italy and USA, and then linking processes of urban development between BAM and Hanoi, and also finally the endless debate between a reconstruction approach which is either contemporary style or historical style. So I would like now to open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions or comments, please do ask. Please.
My question is to Marco. I was just wondering whether you've done any research into how the reinforced concrete has survived situations that have occurred since it was introduced to the heritage buildings. Will it have this? Will it provide the mitigation measures for the next earthquake or disaster that it was hoping to occur?
Okay. Thank you, because you made the right question for what I wanted to say before. Because reinforced concrete in general in the world was used also according to the international theories. I mean the Athens Charter for the Restoration. But we are talking about 1930s, so more than 80 years ago. What happened after the new events, in particular here in L'Aquila, but also I think in California, also with the recent earthquakes, what happened, the reinforced concrete has a different behavior in case of earthquake, different from masonry, bricks, adobe, timber, all the materials. And if the structure in reinforced concrete is not designed in the right way, I mean insertion could be very dangerous, because you can also insert structural elements, I mean beams, tie beams on the top of at the base of the roof. And these elements, if are not designed right, can create this effect with the earthquake. Different behaviors above between the material, and also crack points for the fractures, and so damages, small damages. What happened here in L'Aquila? Here in L'Aquila, in particular, after the World War II, in the 50s, 60s, with another campaign of restoration, large part of the buildings, I mean not only the monumentals, the historical, but also ordinary buildings in masonry, were reinforced with tie beams at the top, without any calculation. With the earthquake, the local effect of the earthquake, I mean the vertical effect of the shaking movement, create this effect also because the structure were not linked right. So the problem of nowadays also this one, because we have a large number of buildings, of historic buildings, that present this problem. So restore the building nowadays can be more complicated also, because this element in reinforced concrete, while we were waiting also this year, became historical elements. So you cannot remove them even if they are dangerous. You have to find the right solution. But maybe you can do this in the historic buildings, of course, because we need to preserve all of them, and for the future generation, of course, also for our memory. You can remove them in the ordinary buildings, but you know, it costs more. Remove a part of the structure and refill with another one, then demolish and reconstruct another time. We can do this approach for the ordinary buildings. For the ancient buildings is a problem, but reinforced concrete was the solution 100 years ago. Now can be a danger, a serious danger.
Thank you, Marco. Any more questions? Yes, please.
My question is for Francesco. This general question of how do you reconstruct? And I think that the method that you proposed is really interesting. But who were the actors involved in determining the location of the buildings, which buildings would be replaced? And were there any challenges
to know the actor in...
Yeah, like who's leading the process, or how was the framework for it?
Yeah, in Latvia, the actor was the municipality and also the university after the Soviet regime. In Italy, it's a little bit different because the actor is the people live inside this building. I mean, around Santa Maria Paganica, almost a private building. Just Palazzo Ardinghelli is public building, and but we have a lot of law that establish now how you can do in the center of the city, for example in L'Aquila, and almost the building around this square are building that are protected building, and the only thing that you can do is the restoration. And just in the Santa Maria Paganica fire, the new building, it wasn't a production building, and the project was to find a new language, but comparing the project with Palazzo Ardinghelli, and to find some relationship between the relationship between, for example, the string course between Palazzo Ardinghelli and the facade, the ventilated facade of the new building. In Riga, the actor was just the municipality, and also in Riga there is a big difference between Latvia and Italy, because in Latvia there was the Soviet regime, and then they want to find the original image of the district and the original memory, because they need this kind of thing.
Thank you, Francisco. We can take another question. Yes, please.
So I find it very interesting in the talk of finance that people would abandon reconstructed houses, and it would be interesting to hear more about it. And in line with, so you also mentioned that they are trying to involve people in the reconstruction. But I would presume that what kind of houses people would prefer to have is also shifting in time and can be very much impacted by the natural disaster as well. I heard today in Claudia's presentation that we are completely happy to live in an earthquake zone and build houses that they know will not withhold the earthquake. They might shift their preferences afterwards. It's a bit of an open-ended question, but it would be very interesting to hear your opinion.
So the experience of the people abandoned houses. Actually, it was before revolution. It was a Boin Zahra earthquake, which I think 1944 something, just very old. And the government at that time built the entire village completely new, relocated everything, but people refused to go there and live there. So they returned to their damaged buildings, and they stayed there actually. So that was the lessons learned. So and the post-war reconstruction, of course, said that showed that people have to be engaged. So this is now one of the basic principles of any reconstruction activity in Iran. That that relocation is not an option. So 90% there is no relocation at all. Even, it is very interesting that even in the BAM case, people, they built temporary housing like L'Aquila, in the suburb first. But people demonstrated and said, we don't want to go to those camps. I don't want my daughter, I don't want to accompany my daughter when she wants to go to the toilet in the night, because she's afraid to go there alone. So these kind of cultural things. So because of the people's demand, they changed the approach completely. So people returned to their sites, basically, to their yards. And tents and temporary accommodations were individual, not camp. So yeah, it's a basic principle now.
Thank you, Farnaz. Yes?
Regarding to this priority of, in a ban, a case of because the voltage properties and after the earthquake, it was a priority to the reconstruction. How was the people in the reaction about their private places? I mean, they preferred to reconstruct their houses at first, and then these voltage side. It's a question, they were happy to have at first the voltage property conserved, and then having their houses, or they really wanted to have all this money, all the budget first for their house, and then
what I know is that everything happened in parallel. So everything happened in parallel, and the money for housing basically came from the World Bank. Mostly came from the World Bank. So there was not, that was not a people's decision. So it was government.
Thank you, Farnaz. Yes, please.
Another question for right after the earthquake in Bam, most of the fatalities were due to earthen structures that collapsed, and they banned earthen materials as a construction method. But I heard that somewhere down the line that they tempered that opinion and began to allow some adobe or earthen materials because of environmental reasons or cultural reasons. Could you elaborate?
The BAM earthquake became a very turning point. Before BAM, there was no regulation on structural aspects of these traditional houses. And maybe that was one of the reasons that, that strategic objectives, and so that objective on heritage and identity was weakened, basically. But I don't know how long after the earthquake, I don't remember now, but now there is the regulation. So that if you meet the structural codes for that traditional adobe structures, buildings, you can build that one. So.
Thank you, Farnaz. Yes, please.
I guess my question is mainly directed at Francesco. With your research about Riga, are you able to determine whether other former Soviet cities, Tallinn, for example, or other cities, have looked at the Riga example as a precedent to follow? Or are other, I realize your paper is not about these other cities, but are other cities from that post-Soviet occupation taking different paths? That's one question. The second related question is, you, at the very end of your paper, were coming down on the side of, if I understand you, of using traditional scale, massing, and detail with the insertion of modern elements. But do you see a way of establishing a limit to that insertion of modern material? Because some of the examples you showed, some of the new architecture is not exactly in scale or massive. And some of it seems to be much more limited in its scale. In other words, when you are advocating a mediation between traditional and modern, do you see a need for establishing limits to how much new architecture can be inserted into a traditional urban fabric?
Yeah. The first question, I just studied the city of Riga, and I don't know, for example, in Tallinn, what's happened. I don't know. but it's interesting to study. The second is about the massing, the volume. It's in Riga. In Riga and L'Aquila. It's the same mass, the same volume. It's not the difference between what it was before and after the disaster, the World War II or the earthquake here in L'Aquila. And as you can see in Riga, there are around the plaza, around the square, there are 5 buildings. There are 2 buildings with exactly the same building as a true copy of the original building, because they want to remember this image inside the city. I mean, the house of the Black Hand is one of the most important building in Latvia, and the city hall, the front of the city hall, the front of the city of the building, in front of the playground, in front of the square, it's the same. It's a copy exactly of the project on 1868. In L'Aquila, the building, I think that you talk about the new building at the right side of Palazzo Ardinghelli. Also in this case, it's the same mass and the same volume of the former building. And in Latvia and L'Aquila, they try to insert some kind of new aspect. For instance, in Latvia, there is the building at the right side of the town city, the municipality building, that it's the same mass, the same volume of the former building, but they insert some new kind of modern element inside the facade. And also we can find this in L'Aquila. And I think that is a good way to think in a new way of reconstruction, because reconstruction is not only restoration. Because the Santa Maria Paganica, all the building around Santa Maria Paganica was made after the earthquake of the 18th century, 1700. And also Santa Maria Paganica, the church, was rebuilt after this earthquake. It's almost was a new building at that time. And now the tendency is to just restoration this building, but when we have the possibility to put some kind of new element or some element of this area for the next generation, I think it's a good way to make, or is another way to make the reconstruction.
Thank you, Francisco. We can take one more question before we break for coffee. Any question? I would like to have a question for Osamo. You mentioned in the end of your presentation that you'd like to develop similar curve to L'Aquila. I was wondering to what extent you think the mitigation strategies in Japan are applicable or transferable to L'Aquila. If you can elaborate on that a bit, please.
Before that, I'd like to know how to rebuild Italy or European countries. The European countries, not like Japanese. I mean, you have long history and with buildings made of bricks or yes, and that the other hand, we had wooden building culture. Most buildings have been made of wood and destructive. Then we can easily adapt the build destruction and good and destruction process. If we have some buildings damaged by the earthquake or tsunami, we may use new technologies with new design, not like old style. But in Western countries, you may adapt the same strategies with the old ages. This is maybe there is some difference.
Some overlaps could be, yes.
So this is my question, and we have to consider for discussion, like Notre Dame Temple in Paris. I'm very interested in how to rebuild or how to use new technologies to maintain old style, or you may design new style for 21st centuries.
Well, there is certainly a long debate on Notre Dame. Well, we can continue the discussion over coffee. I would like now to close the session, and I would like to thank all the 4 presenters for their interesting papers on linking urban development and reconstruction process. Thank you very much. So I believe now we have 20 minutes for coffee, I think. Thank you.
So, whilst our first speaker finishes to prepare a presentation, welcome to the last session of the day. As I said, after this session we have a tour of the building sites, and then we have the aperitif in the provost office at 7 o'clock. But before that, we are talking about communication and transparency. You might not know, but in L'Aquila, communication and this earthquake and this disaster has been a problem from the outset. There has been a very well-known case of telling the people of L'Aquila that they had to relax, that nothing was going to be wrong, drink a good glass of wine and go to bed on the eve of the earthquake. And this is why a number of people got caught and died. Then there was a high-profile court case that got resolved with no conviction, and that was not the only problem of communication in this earthquake. There has been a consistent problem of non-communication of the authorities with the citizens, which has resulted in an impossibility on behalf of the people from L'Aquila to plan their lives. They don't know when their houses are going to be rebuilt, which houses are going to be rebuilt, what is the timing, and what's next. And this has been a consistent problem here for people like us. I have a house in L'Aquila, has been being rebuilt for the past 10 years. I still don't know when I will get my house back, when I'll be able to move back into this town. And this is me having another possibility of living in London. But if you don't have another possibility of living somewhere else, this becomes very difficult. So this was a session that we strongly wanted because we think that the aspect of communication of the disaster, about the disaster, to the disaster affected people is one of the most important aspects of pre- and post-disaster management. Okay.
Hello, I'm Haruka Tsukuda from Tohoku University, Japan. My specialty is architecture planning. I'm happy to have this opportunity. My presentation is about planning public housing in the damaged area by the Great East Japan Earthquake 2011. GEJE and the tsunami caused by it resulted in huge damage on the Tohoku region in the north of Japan. Housing damage was especially great. Public housing for victims was one of the most important projects to support victims directly for not only low-income people. It is possible for all the victims whose houses have been completely destroyed or large-scale destroyed to move into public housing. About 30,000 units will be constructed in total. Further, in the affected coastal area, traditional fishermen's homes and their multi-generational household lives remained. However, the Tohoku region has been depopulating and aging since before the earthquake. It was said that it was the future of the whole of Japan 10 years ahead. This presentation aims to clarify the gap of the plan on the base of victims' opinions and results by targeting the public housing reconstruction project after GEJE and evaluate these project quality by comparing with L'Aquila long-term temporary housings. These are maps of Japan and Italy. The size and the vertical shape are also similar. The research target is Ishinomaki City. It is the biggest damaged municipality by GEJE, very near the seismic center. Ishinomaki built almost 4,500 units of disaster public housing until March 2019. In a few public housings, architectural challenges are also taking place, but very, very few. For the reconstruction work, the national government wanted each damaged local government to the victims' opinion surveys because they emphasize transparency and fairness by communication with victims. The main housing reconstruction choices are four. Especially, group relocation to heights and public housing are main public reconstruction work for people lived in disaster hazard area before a disaster. The disaster hazard area was decided by each local government at the reconstruction planning. And speed was a very important issue on reconstruction work after GEJE. Therefore, there were not a few local governments that formulated reconstruction plans based solely on surveys of victims' opinions. This presentation has two sessions. First is the change of victims' housing recovery opinions is analyzed by statistical analysis of Ishinomaki City's questionnaires. Second is some important topics compared between Ishinomaki and L'Aquila with the report of the public sector of L'Aquila and the interview with the members in 2015. Ishinomaki City reconstruction survey had mainly four steps. Third step, opinion survey in 2012 is most important because these data were used for planning the reconstruction. And at the fourth step in 2014, city had a registration of public housing where victims wished to live actually. We matched the third and fourth data about 7,000 households and analyzed on them. This shows the change in the number of public housing demand. At third step opinion survey, almost 3,000 households reached the public housing. But at fourth step registration, the number was almost 2,000. And this is 15 of target population that could choose the public housing. The number of public housing leases was decreasing to 63% between and fourth survey. Because victims considered their housing recovery recovery comparing merge choices. Then, what household didn't register on public housing? Black is registration household. Gray is no registration. Households that have a large number of the members have a tendency not to register. And this show is household type and house type before GEJE. This is family's rented house. This is family's owned house. Households that originally had a home have a tendency not to register. It is thought that the influence of the life cycle of each household has come out strongly. Next, how changed were the places where victims chose public housings? About the living place, this is the main victims lived. This show main victims lived in tsunami damaged area. But September 2014, at the time of the investigation, most lived in the temporary houses built inland area. In the opinion survey in 2012, the area near the biggest relocation area inland was wished mostly because they remember the fear of tsunami. But at the registration in 2014, many opinions changed to the coastal area near the area where they lived before GEJE, especially households that have been lived in temporary houses near the coastal area after the tsunami have the tendency. Finally, at the registration lottery result in 2014, because many public housings were built inland based on the opinion survey in 2012, many victims couldn't live in public housing they want and near the area they lived before GEJE. In areas where convenience is low, there were many vacant rooms even at the start of entering, and among the victims lived away from the original area, isolated deaths were happened. I would like to compare to L'Aquila housing after a disaster. This is the process of housing of Ishinomaki and L'Aquila. In L'Aquila, long-term temporary housing supplied 10 months after the disaster. In Japan, the housing supply by public sector is divided into two phases, temporary housing and public housing, because the ministry and act in charge are different. L'Aquila long-term temporary housing and Japan public housing have similar quality, but construction speed is different. Similar numbers construction was finished 10 months in L'Aquila, but 7 years in Japan. 7. And the L'Aquila housing, KASE, have featured near detached or low-rise terrace houses of public housings after GEJ in Japan. It is thought that the difference in the way of thinking about the quality of life is affected. Construction costs of L'Aquila are also cheaper than in GEJE. Of course, the simple comparison is difficult because the market price changes. 8 years passed after the disaster in Japan. At the damaged area, excluding Fukushima, housing reconstruction works are almost finished. The following issues have been seen in comparing with the case of L'Aquila. One is the speed. The Japanese government emphasized speed, but construction work took a long time by comparison to L'Aquila. And in Japan, it was not possible to reflect flexibly the victim's opinion change that occurred for a long time. And this limited This limited victims' choices of relocating to place. Furthermore, it has led to the population outflow from the community. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
I would suggest to have the next paper, and then we do the question. We have a video presentation. So what I suggest is we do the two papers, the questions, and then we do the video presentation. Yes?
Good afternoon. Public administration PA versus social media in emergency situation. The objective we set yourselves was to find out whether the use of city social networks, in particular Twitter, has strong improvement in emergent management and post-emergence within public situation, public administration PA. Step back, we define the word emergency by noting that it is used in Italian social research, while American studies usually use the word disaster, but the phenomena examined are more or less the same in both cases. We point out that the scientific investigation in this area is relatively young and conducted until recently mainly in the United States. Enrico Quarantelli, 1993, Encyclopedia of Social Science, Treccani. The word disaster has 4 different meanings. A, natural catastrophe. B, indicator of physical damage. C, indicator of social damage. D, negative valuation indicator. Natural disasters are social if they have social consequences only because of the action of human beings and society. Dines, 1974, Organization Behavior in Disaster Range, Research Center, University of Delaware. In the application, even temporal, 2 models for disaster management prevailed with the military model that focused on social chaos and the consequent need for social control. The best model, however, it light the attitude of population interested in the phenomenon they build community, starting from the fact that they are not completely annihilated and else have resources available. Coordination and cooperation should be goal of disaster management through the possibility of using these resources of local communities, even with previously tested methods that will lead to solutions to effective problems and with realistic solutions. Danes are 2000 government system for disaster manager, Newark, Disaster Research Center, University of Delaware. Absorption and consequence of different model of emergency planning. The idea is they involve local communities with a priority of on-site solution that go from better preparation, immediate response and adequate recovery with the mobilization of local community resources. Attentive not only to particular event but also to all technology risk. Everything hinges on the awareness of the emergency, and we repeat the development of the social community of knowing how to cope with difficult situation. EV page 5. The different type of social media used in risk and crisis management. Some studies have emphasized that what did not work well in emergency communication. OECD 2012, the use of social media in risk and crisis communication, report of high-level Risk Forum, OECD Conference Centers, Paris, December 13-14. The risk of not including people who feel affected by a disaster in that they can now turn to the blogosphere if they feel they are not being heard. The case of information from another source, than the emergency service, information overload. Organization are prepared to use social media and new tools to solve a problem or not. Some plus of social network sites which are collaborative and participatory. Online comparing sessions can improve awareness of the circumstances. They are decentralized. The indication can circulate very quickly between the actors, thanks to RSA or tweet feeds, which are immediately available online for more organizations. They are popular and accessible. Emergency service can use them to send information or warning. Finally, they can provide geo-referential data from which it is possible to monitor the development, even temporal, of an emergency thanks to digital trace, EV PACE element. Underlining these characteristics, we understand immediately that the PA, despite the efforts, cannot use its potential to the best. Suffice it to say that the first official document that invites us to enhance the dialogue with the social media community and use them for communication is dated May 2017. Well beyond the date of headquarters in central Italy, October 2016, January 2017. Now, the situation always in regulatory uncertainty. The previous role was not linking to emergency context. It's not different. The current emergency regulation revised in 2018 do not regulate communication activity in the emergency phase and are limited to including information to the population of on-risk scenarios and relative role of behavior as well as on civil protection planning. Is non-emergency prevention activities, civil protection structure. Centrally, the different type of social media can be complementary increasing management. We have concentrated our investigation on Twitter because it can be used to share facts in real time, the possibility of feedback, but also to transmit a recommendation and warning very quickly and not yet completely affected of the destructs that is affecting other social media, above all Facebook. This is confirmed by your reference sample of a recent research. Allora, reference search, excuse, reference sample of recent research we have always carried out in the field of communication, but or the phenomenon of disinformation. Certainly, I use an embryonic phase of the earthquake of, say, April 2009, but failed operation in the headquarters of August 2016 and January 2017. We have put aside a vision purely aimed at a political use of the Twitter tool, focusing on the possibility of building a of trust. That is, when this tool directly informs citizens every more in emerging contexts. First of all, we found that there is no legislation that obliges and regulates such use even in normal situations. Public administration oblige and regulate the use of the tools that they use internet, website, email, but not the use of social media. Furthermore, we note that the social media cyclone does not that with too rigidity inherent in the PA. At this point, the effort was twofold: to relax the rigidity remaining within the allowed of the PA and earnestness, but not too much the anarchy of social media. This effort should not lend itself to compromises that distort the two components at stake. The analysis to be carried out of the institution of the Abruzzo region will have to respond, for example, see if it has succeeded in the emerging context to produce an effective and efficient communication to the citizen. The aspects to be investigation are many. The reference stand the reference standards, guidelines, policy, the recognized source of message production, intruders in the communication process, citizen journalism, agitators, hate speech, the regulation of response, feedback, hashtag. The initial part was the prerogative of at the beginning on an exciting document concerning PAs. The methodology used to detect the use of social media delimited element of the advantage and the opportunity, both from the point of view of the public administration and toward the citizen who choose the use the Twitter tool, effectiveness, cost, monitoring, listening, dialogue, and transparency cooperation. We also applied a fourth analysis scheme, which the word summary in 4 areas. Popularity, we take the number of followers as an indicator. Creation, indicator of percentage of tweets purificati by tweets. Interaction, presence of retweet. Contamination, use of hashtag and mention. We point out that our region, Abruzzo, in study dated September 2015, almost close that the telluric phenomena was inserted in a region with a conservative approach to social media. That is, a region that have set up social media channels almost to an honor term, without actually management then according to the necessary role of engagement of the users. Schematically, for the 4 aforementioned areas, popularity below 1,000, creation August 26 approximately 1,000 that go up to over 3,000 in January 2017, only 1,000 for the involvement of the public administration on the problem for electric interruption and the presence of another catastrophe, Rigopiano avalanche. Integration minimum under the double digit August 26 and below the triple digit January 2017. Contamination minimum, always below the double digital August 2016 and January 2017. The conclusion were not univocal sense and verbally. They are different approach to the use of the tool, even within the same institution. Once again and all entrusted to goodwill, to the sensitive of a few people. There is no unsystem vision, and we continue to hope for. The tools in this case were extended to all those usable to of the net have a different degree of involvement and consequent result. Twitter, in the situation we examined, did not create adequate citizen environment. Thank you.
I propose that we do the questions to these two and then we do the video presentation. Do you want to sit? And in fact, again, thank you for two very interesting presentations. I have a question, if I may start. I was interested in your presentation, and I was interested in the comparison, in the time comparison between building the Berlusconi houses, which we know we all suffered this need of showing the rest of Italy and the world that things were happening so quickly in L'Aquila. And this was something that was very divisive for the community here, because some people desperately wanted to remain close to their houses or to rebuild their houses rather than have temporary housing. And some people instead were very happy, because obviously when you have nowhere to go, that was a very dignified way of hosting people. But it took 6 months, 8 months, something like that. And instead in Japan took 7 years, you say. So I was wondering how temporary are the accommodations that were built in Japan?
In Japan, temporary housing?
Yeah, so these houses that were built in 7 years, presumably are well built, are built to last for a long time?
How long is live in temporary for you, the population? How long live in so-called temporary houses? And
how long?
How long is the time spent the reconstruction of the houses?
Victims lived in temporary housing to live public housing. So most long time lives is 7 or 8 years. They lived in temporary housing.
And then people are supposed to be living there until their house is rebuilt?
Some people is reconstruction house by themselves.
Okay.
But the low income people and have a social problem, people is
stay in those houses.
Because temporary housing is no free, not charge, not need charge. So low income people want to long time live there. Yeah.
Any questions?
Questions for Ms. Hazel. Thank you for your presentation. It was, I think that the issue of social media is gaining incredible prominence now in the discourse on disaster management. But I was interested in whether you looked at the demographic aspect of social media use. So what is the percentage of people under 30 who use social media versus people who are older, men versus women, or people from different social classes? Because one thing that we often debate also is who has access to social media and who's able to.
No, non abbiamo fatto, diciamo, una.
They didn't do this kind of analysis, of horizontal analysis,
No.
as such, unfortunately.
But do you feel that it's an important factor in social media usage?
No, soltanto i nostri utenti del sito del Consiglio regionale.
They were only able to assess their users of the regional council. Lei chiedeva se pensate che sarebbe un'analisi interessante da fare.
non per il nostro target.
Not for their target audience. Io ho una domanda, I have a question, which is that was your response a reaction after a fashion, or did you feel you had a need to reach out? Traduco in italiano. Cioè, voi avete risposto a una moda, cioè, dato che c'è l'uso di social media dappertutto, vi sentivate che dovevate attivare un canale di comunicazione che rispondeva alle esigenze del momento, o sentivate un bisogno di comunicare con la popolazione? Questo sembrava il mezzo migliore.
No, come ho scritto anche, forse non si è capito la relazione, cioè che è stato qualcuno che ha spinto dal discorso proprio dell'ascolto, cioè non avevamo la necessità di ascoltare queste persone e abbiamo capito, anche se non era regolamentato, che il social doveva essere un nostro prodotto.
Okay, so his answer is actually extremely interesting for what I said at the beginning, that they felt there was a need to listen to the population and they didn't know how to do that, and social media represented at that moment in time the right media to reach out to the population.
Tant'è vero che il picco c'è stato quando c'è stato il secondo a scossa, c'è stato il problema che è saltata la corrente, noi ci siamo messi, diciamo, a dare una mano e a quel punto abbiamo avuto il
all'Aquila, la seconda scossa?
La seconda scossa, quella di
la matrice.
La seconda scossa di gennaio 2017 che ha beccato principalmente l'Aquila, perché mentre quella di agosto, diciamo, ci ha beccato di meno.
Okay, so when in January 2017 there was a strong quake which touched l'Aquila as well, and the electricity went out, what they did, they reached their mobile phones, went onto social media, and that's the way they communicated to the population.
Just a question for you, because I think that sometimes in this comparison between different systems, that is Japan in this case and Italy, you have also to touch the problem of subsidiarity of, for how you finance the reconstruction. In Japan, for what I know, and I've been there several times, is completely different. So then you are talking about low income part of society that are referring to public housing. When we talk about reconstruction, we consider overall. I mean, it's all the reconstruction that includes the subsidy of private owner that normally, I mean, even if I can mention Professor Lucia she is from l'Aquila, so, and other colleagues are from here, so they got a subsidy to rebuild the house. So did you take into consideration this in your study or not? Or you just consider the time span for the reconstruction life cycle? Because it's
I know the social situation and the finance situation is very different to Japan and Italy, but in Japan, now in Japan is our society is very decreasing situation, and population and aging rate is very high. So, but our way of reconstruction is only economic 成長って何ですか？経済成長。growing situation. So, but this time I want to do the evaluation of the Japanese system, studied from l'Aquila. And now our public housing, disaster public housing, not for only low-income people, but also all victims, their housing collapsed or largely destroyed can live the public housing. So high income people live. But now our problem is 5 years. 家賃って何でしたっけ? Rent is very low, but now they lived after 5 years. Rent is very high. So high income people is outside from So vacant room is increasing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Question to you, Monsieur?
To me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm co-researcher with collaborator with Aula.
Yeah.
And we are doing a couple of project, couple of research about public housing for the construction phase. And first comment, today's first comment to Haruka is about you referring Berlusconi's housing in
L'Aquila.
To general comparison between Japan and Aquila, Berlusconi's public housing is very quick and enough amount, and the quality of building is
that's what I was saying.
And still good to compare with Japanese boarding public housing. But I would like to know your frank opinion.
But if I will say my frank opinion. It might be, it's hard, my frank opinion. It was a political exercise.
We also have a political situation in Japan.
It was a political exercise, but a lot of people are very grateful because it gave people a dignity. So there is a bit of a reassessment of this. I was desperately critical of these houses because I am one of those people who tried to rebuild my house, and I was told, no, you can't, you won't, you have to wait, we decide. And the state decided everything. But then this is also the point for this conference. After that very fast, very difficult 5 years where we had no communication, we couldn't decide anything, we were imposed everything from above. Actually, there are good sides in this reconstruction, and the fact that it has taken this long, and in those 10 years people had those houses to continue their daily life, actually in the long run has been good. Even though there are a lot of issues about these houses, from the quality to the cost to the maintenance, who's maintaining them, how much do they cost, what should happen to them, and was it the case to build in that way, or should have they built more temporary accommodation that could have been dismantled and remounted in the next disaster? That's a whole other issue.
If you allow me to say some two important things, because I want to emphasize it, is public housing is different. Here, when you say public housing, it means houses for all the one that has the house destroyed. Doesn't matter of their income.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. So be careful when you compare public housing in Italy with public housing in Japan. With the public housing, you are talking about social housing. I mean, the low income in Japan. Here, it's for everybody.
It was for everybody.
Everybody that lost their house, they have another new home.
Yeah.
I can be even more harder than Professor Patrizio Gamli about choices. I can understand to have a new dignity, and of course I know the situation in Japan lasting, after Great Tohoku earthquake. But the fact is also here that we have a huge problem. The localization of the site that were almost, for instance, natural, preserved, or risky area where they built these new houses. And then it was built with a mixture of financial support, and they were supposed to be temporary. It means that they must be dismantled. Could you imagine to dismantle some of the progetto case that are...
This is one of the biggest problems. What to do with these houses? There are no problems for no money for their maintenance. The state hasn't given any money. The municipality hasn't budgeted for their maintenance. What to do? And if you think that they were built, we will go and see them on Friday, by the way. And if you think that they were built in all the protected areas in town, so you don't the building. This is a very long discussion, but the building of these houses has completely changed the structure of this town from one single, very defined town with a very defined piano regolatore which separated the countryside from the city and the villages. It has become an extended town across because of these houses. And then there are all the issues of people dying because there were no infrastructures, no friends, no connections, so lots of problems. Okay, so we should go into we have one more presentation, the video. Farnas, do you know how to put it? Because I don't.
Our technical person is over there.
And may I remind you that the tour for the theater will be leaving in the next 5 minutes, and the tour of the other building site will be leaving at 5 with me. Okay?
Because this is okay for visa issues. We have, in total during the conference, we have 3 video presentations from inside Iran, which they could not come. Okay. And this special, actually, presentation is about the use of social media and the influence that social media has on the post-disaster reconstruction.
This presentation is about social media.
Okay. And the disaster, actually, it was in March. So there was a major flood in Iran in March, in Shiraz and Lorestan area. So this is about, so it's very timely actually.
So can I go?
Yeah.
Media in disaster management. We have been focused on the social media impacts on the work of public sector organizations in disaster response, and our case study is Lorestan floods in Iran. Iran has been hit by 3 major waves of rain and flooding over the course of 2 weeks from the mid-March to April 2019, which affected large parts of the country most severely in Golestan, Fars, Khuzestan, Lorestan, and 17 other provinces. The impact of the floods was heightened because of the Nowruz holiday, in which many Iranians were traveling and many deaths occurred due to flash flooding on the roads and highways. In addition, some of the outstanding historical sites of the region, including Kashgan Bridge, has been damaged seriously. This research interest emerged from observing challenges of trust in public actions in Iran. Social media can reach to millions within seconds and are one of the most frequently used communication and trust-building tools in pre, during, and post-disaster activities. But in Lorestan floods, many Iranians, including politicians, took to social media platforms to criticize the handling of the floods by the government. Iran is the 16th country among the top 20 countries with the highest number of internet users in 2019. The number of online subscribers reaches more than 70 million people, of which more than 60 million are mobile broadband users. And based on the formal reports, 4th and 3rd generation of mobile internet are available almost in the entire country. In this context, we have started to analyze social media data to examine the role of social media in disaster response, focusing on their ability in facilitating the functional needs of interaction involving disaster management agencies and strengthening public trust in government and non-government organizations, which is vital to the public's willingness to donate and to support those organizations during and after the floods. So, our research question is how the role of social media could lead to the development of aid communities. And our method is post-counting. We gathered our data through an online survey. This survey was conducted to understand the state of uses of social media websites, for example, Facebook and Twitter, and counting social media posts within the disaster management authorities between April 2019 and June 2019. The so-called disaster management cycle have 4 phases. In the mitigation phase, activities focus on preventing a natural hazard becoming a disaster or avoiding or minimizing the consequences. Corresponding communication structure in this phase implies communication between the relevant actors and the involvement of communities. Information on how to deal with natural disasters was passed on, for example, from the state, public actors, and educational institutions. In the preparation phase, people who could be affected by a disaster are equipped with the necessary tools to survive. Early warning that comes via different channels, including both traditional mass media and social media, is a crucial thing for this period. About the response phase, as soon as a disaster begins, measures must be taken to minimize its effects. For example, to prevent further suffering and financial losses. The state or private aid organizations must be able to reach and inform those affected. Media companies report on the situation to a broad public, increasingly supplemented by reports from the population itself. Sharing updates and spreading awareness of the condition, creating communities and volunteers for relief operations, fundraising, and monitoring and providing insights of the whole situation are the functions of social media in this phase. In the recovery phase, activities try to return the lives of those affected back to their normal state, which means regeneration and sustainable renewal. Long-term information campaigns may be part of the communication, for example, on preventative building or sustainable economic activity. Therefore, the recovery phase links back to the mitigation. Compared with centralized information management, social media definitely offered advantages in dynamic situations. Social media make it easier to recirculate information within teams and minimize reliance on formal structures between different teams. Disaster management activities via social media are more collective, connected, more comprehensive, clear, and people are encouraged to share and contribute in areas they are in a more collaborative way. Although the use of social media in disaster situations have been investigated in recent years using different examples around the world, there are a few studies in Iran focusing on the role of social media in disasters. And some of these researchers have pointed to the negative role of social media and the challenges of its application, such as the validity of information or instilling unwanted thoughts. So, in these sections, we are going to present the findings from the online survey data by post-counting. These findings answer the objective for this research by identifying the current state and purposes of using social media by the main disaster management actors in the phase of response in the Lorestan floods in Iran. The organizations which are relevant to flood management in Iran could be divided in 3 categories: government organizations, public organizations, and non-governmental organizations. They have different roles in 6 categories: before, during, and after disasters. While governmental organizations are responsible for the task in the 6 areas, the non-governmental and public organizations mostly deals with the actions after the disasters. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram are 3 most popular social media websites used by the disaster management actors in Iran. The media such as Flickr, YouTube, Pinterest, and Google Plus have not been used. In terms of frequency, Instagram dominates the list, followed by Twitter, and Facebook is used less often across the board. It should be mentioned that both Twitter and Facebook are banned in Iran and used through proxies. Reviewing the 3 most popular social media used by the relevant organizations shows that only 4 out of 13 are using social media, while the public organizations and non-governmental organizations are using more different social media and more efficiently. The total number of hashtags about Lorestan flood is 165,700, which 94% of this amount is for NGOs. Content analysis of the post of the relevant organizations with the Lorestan floods hashtag shows that the governmental organizations have never used the hashtag. The only relevant public organizations, which is the Iranian Red Crescent Society, has used the hashtag 44 times from March 25th till April 25th on Twitter. NGOs used this hashtag 760 times in Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Actually, they have repeated the same post in the 3 social media, and they are still posting about the hashtag. The most frequent content is informing about the relief during the disaster. This diagram shows the result of the previous table. According to this, the most frequent posts of public organizations have been informing about the relief during the disaster and organizing the public to aid during the crisis. The first priority for NGOs is the same as public organizations, but its second priority has been organizing the human resource to relief. And as a result, we can say, although the global researches indicates that the high number of users who followed government accounts shows that public authorities still retain their leading role, the lack of Iran governmental authorities' presence in social media has led to a loss of its dominant role in these networks. This lack of presence is due to the public sector's thoughts about the role of virtual networks on the one hand, and on the other hand, its lack of awareness of social media's impact on the whole society. Accordingly, the government has not been able to use social media to disseminate its efforts and build public trust. Instead, it just relies on the formal and traditional data transmission networks. In contrast, non-governmental organizations, volunteer groups, and even individuals have a vivid role in post-disaster communications via social media. And this new form of communication makes volunteers more visible and increase the space for their participation. Thank you for your attention.
And that's true. The government banned, actually, there is a, what you call it, you cannot use Facebook, it's filtered, and you cannot use many social media. So the government actually also misses the spreading the information among individuals and among communities. So it's not just, putting a filter on communication from people's side, but also it imposes that filter on itself as well.
Which forces that in